Yeah, I didn't know you were doing this, so I just tuned on and
All right, I have Blue ready to go for our Friday long weekend call.
okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, so let's go. All right, everyone. Again, this is not to buy or sell. This is for education about making short selling. And if the SEC is listening, fork you. They basically let these guys steal your money and could care less. This is years. Everyone's screaming about it and still nothing. Anyway, yesterday, MULN, West Christian, filed a lawsuit against Schwab and others. Schwab came back live on the show from Charlie Payne and wants to blame the rape victim for wearing a short dress. I guess that's the way they looked at it. They took the offensive and blamed the company for their problems, not Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab, if they wanted to do the right thing, all they need to say is, hey, here's our statement, how many shares we own, and this is what happened. This is what's at the depository trust. Our balances are perfect, but we know they're not, and they won't ever show you their hand. So that's the game. Instead, they're taking the offensive and basically trying to throw that poor guy under the bus. All right, so listen, and next thing is they're blaming his poor stock performance on the company taking money. Well, you can't build a car without money. So what is the guy going to do? They manipulate the stock down because everyone knows he needs money. They push the stock down, and they're shorting because eventually this guy's going to need to take money in. And what does he do? He gives out stock, and basically it helps submarine himself. But the brokerage firm, Charles Schwab, is going to the offensive side and blaming the company. Now, if that idiot would call me up, I could tell him how to fight back, but I'm not gonna fight his battle for him. All right, but he should not take shit from these guys. They're all liars. Remember, how does the stock settlement system control public companies and their share price and manipulate shareholders? That's the most telling question that everybody should be answering themselves is, how does Wall Street or the SEC allow that to happen? All right. So again, they just wanted to give you a heads up on Charles Schwab. They're full of shit. They could just show their ownership and put it all to bed, but they decided just to be aggressive and throw that guy under the bus, which is easy target to do. Anyway, so on the second thing, I want to talk about finger motion here for a second. Looking at the options chain, okay, these guys have tried to do all their little mumbo jumbo with their puts, trying to create some stock out of it. Everything they've done on the put side has been basically worthless. All right, so they moved a little bit into the October 4 puts. Yesterday they put up 1,000. Today they just did another 105 earlier today. And all they're trying to do is short against those puts. That's all they're trying to do, trying to create some stock. The whole thing doesn't work. They're using the wrong puts. They're trying to use cheap puts because they know it's just a complete mess. They're upside down everywhere they're trying. Every little trick they're doing, they're out of gas. Right? The stock, to me, okay, this is my opinion. I'll say it for the 1,000th time. This thing looks like it's ready to rocket. And I just put the data up on that stock TOP. I went back in time and I looked at it, and I went to April 27th, and you can actually see this stock has got the same crazy patterns as a finger motion, where it really wasn't doing much. There was nothing going on. Quiet. I think it traded the day before. It traded 800,000. It traded 1,500,000, 800,000. And it moved from 5 to 7, and then just from one day it just went from 7. The next day it went to 24, and then it just kept going up to $256. All right, so someone got roasted alive there big time in that name. But you can see it's the same. Even if you go back and just look at April 3rd, it's trading 30,000 shares, 8,000 shares, 17,000. So there isn't really a sign that tells you when it's going to go. You just kind of have to be there. All right, so, these are the type of things that you can spot if you study the stock. I didn't know the stock, so I can't say that I knew anything about it. But, but just watching it and looking at the patterns, they all have that same type of look. Like when they're ready to go, it's like it's just like a rattlesnake. It's starting to shake its rattle. To me, it looks like it's ready to go. And William, I'll let you go. Any questions or?
Well, no, there's just a couple things. I don't really. One guy says, I've been listening to William and Ham for a year and a half, and I've only lost money. Good for him.
Well, tell him to keep listening. I want to put him in the poorhouse.
And then, not legal advice, I like to see this. He held his fidelity arbitration, or in it, he got FINRA to poll the prospective arbitrators, if they are aware of naked shorting and counterfeiting. And I thought that was great, gets that out in the open. And then the next guy said, MULN CEO has taken 10 to 100 million out of the company himself. Receipts don't lie, in all capital letters. And thank you for that. That's it for the feedback so far.
Oh, well, listen, if you're a CEO of a public company, he's entitled to take money up. That's his business, right?
Yeah, of course.
You went into the game knowing that the CEOs, no one's doing this for free. Right, so get over that. Get in the game. They manipulate the stock down. The guy has to raise money. He has no choice. What is he supposed to do? He's trying to build a car. You can't put a new mailbox on your property unless you go buy the stupid mailbox, dig a hole, put cement in it. It costs you money to do it. So everything costs money. So get over it already. The manipulation of the stock price down drives the companies into bankruptcy. That's what they do. And what do they force the companies to do? Reverse the stock because they issue too many shares. It's the playbook. For that idiot that said he only lost money, then you know what? I'm glad you learned. Sign off and never play the equity markets again. So we taught you a good lesson. You're going to get robbed. There you go. Congratulations.
So someone's saying that you did great on Ace last night. Hey, Ace, stop stealing my moves. But anyway, good for you.
No, listen. Yeah, and I'm just listen. I have no problem. You got a bitch and moan. You win, you lose. If you lost money, call the SEC up and file a complaint and just tell them, say, hey, I think there's fraud here. Can you just follow the sell tickets? See if they go back to William and Ham. That's what you want to say. And when they come back to you and say, hey, all those sell tickets go to Lynn Partners. Maybe your beef is with them. But you know what? You want to sit here and just promote that you lost money and blame us for it, where I told you it's all fraud from day one. You've been listening for over a year, and if you properly played over a year, I believe GTI went from 60 cents to $9. Finger motion went from below $1 to $10. Finger motion recently popped up again from $1.50 back up to $7, back down to $4, back up to $6. So you had many opportunities to make money. Maybe you just don't know what you're doing. I want you to take blame for yourself. You hit the button. When you hit a button on your computer, that is your fault. That's your problem, not ours. Anyway,
KYP says she's ready to meet you in Brooklyn anytime.
Yeah, I'm ready. Next week we're doing this. So you better hold on.
And Vonsi asks, so now your target on finger is 250, not 1,000?
Yes, 251 to be exact.
All right.
Listen, people, nothing has changed. I think it's going to the moon. You could say this guy's nuts. Do whatever you want. If you bought it at 5, you want to get out at 6. I don't give a shit. Do what you want. I could care less. If you tell me, give me your version of what you see. I don't hear anybody saying anything. They have no opinion. Tell me where you think it's going to go. If you think it's going to 20, get out of 20. That's your business. I told you 1,000 times. Protect your family, yourself, your family. Get out whatever you like. If we think it's going higher, shame on us if we don't get it to where it is. That's it. If I don't get out where I want to get out. You can get out. If it goes to $10, get out. I could care less. That's your business.
If someone were to contact Jeffries, maybe the CEO, and tell him how exposed Jeffries is by Lynn, do you think that would change things? I'm
actually going to Puerto Rico to see the gentleman that knows the CEO. So everybody sits on their couch watching TV, doing nothing. I'm flying to Puerto Rico to get you that answer. Thank you very much for saying thank you for helping us out. So the gentleman that lost money, go take a walk again. Go sit on your couch while I break my ass for you.
He probably didn't lose money. He's just being a jerk.
Yeah.
Somebody made up their
my
losses.
answer to that is I'm going to the football game, and then I'm going to Puerto Rico to see the gentleman that knows the CEO of Jeffries and get the answer myself. Thank you.
Someone is acknowledging they made up losses by buying fingers, so that's a good thing. And another guy is congratulating
Listen, you
you.
don't have to explain yourself to me. If you're unhappy, I got it. I believe you. You think I want to wake up every day and babysit this piece of shit? I hate Lynn Partners. I hate the Kramers. They all deserve to be in jail. But I can't stop doing it. I told you I don't quit. Most people here would quit already. This is a full-time job, 7 days a week for 3 years I've been doing it.
Yeah.
Right? I'm here to try to expose the fraud so I can move on with my life. That's why I'm here about. I've had to go play pickleball with the young lady in Brooklyn next week.
You're going to get your butt whipped.
Listen, I'm just going to go try to use my old Brooklyn lines and see if I can pick her up. That's what I'm really going for.
So the finger today is 127,000 shares. That's very low.
No, that's 127 million shares, the volume, right?
No, it's 127,000 shares.
Oh, so the 168 million, they still didn't buy it back yet. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
so that trade is still open. And a nice, slow day, quiet day is perfect. I don't care if it goes sideways. They're the ones that have to pay to borrow shares, pay to do anything, pay their prime broker to carry the position. Every day is a loser for them if they can't cover. You have to determine what you see in front of you and decide what you want to do. You have to decide it. I gave you my opinion of it. That's it. William's giving you his opinion. Other people have spoke about it. All right? If you can't see that this thing is ready to explode, then you need to pack up and go someplace else and go trade Bitcoin or something, because this is the sign. The buying, the selling is stopped. It's just this little manipulation back and forth. Did someone get served a subpoena? Something's happened that's been changing the game for the last 3 weeks.
yeah.
All right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, you're right. Plus, they raised money at the DTCC. Maybe something's going on.
But listen, all the pressure from West, all the press, just look how the press attacks the CEO from Mullen for filing a lawsuit saying that his company is being manipulated by naked shorts. They attacked him.
Yeah.
His small little 50-cent stock, whatever it is, that's what they attacked. All the stuff that's gone on, and that's the best that they can come out, the street.com. Oh, the company's, he's trying to build a car, all this nonsense. They attacked him. I know nothing about the car. I know nothing about what he's doing. I could care less. But when a CEO says that and he's yelling foul, someone's got to at least look into it, right?
Right.
We're going to take Charles Schwab's word for it? Who are they? They don't mean anything to me. I never met Charlie Schwab. I don't know who the hell he is. I can tell you one thing, the CEO of Robinhood, I won't trust him as far as I can throw him. People still have their accounts there. If they take away his accounts, his stock will be zero. But people are too lazy to do anything. Remove your account. Help yourself. You don't want to help yourself? What can I tell you? Don't complain about it then. People ask me about AMC. I get a lot of calls about it. The whole thing is insane. Okay? And if you want my 2 cents on it, it's going into the slow season. The movies, the kids, everybody went over. The blockbusters all disappeared. Now what? All right? Now the shorts are going to beat up on you because it's a slow movie season. Earnings are going down. They'll raise popcorn prices, blah, 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 blah. Who cares? The company's been naked shorted. Everybody knows it. The CEO should be fighting to force settlement. Building a better business means nothing. Get over that already. It's over with. So if you want to own it, instead of owning the stock, you can sell your stock, go buy some calls and forget it and look at it that way and keep your money and go trade something else to try to make your money back. Whatever you want to play. I could care less. That's how you have to look at these positions now. You want to be there, always own cheap calls. That's it. Buy the cheapest calls you can get, and every 30, 60 days you buy more. That's it. That's the only way to play it, because if you think it's going to the moon, you might as well still own it. But if you own the stock and you have some big money into it, $50,000, $100,000, take your lump and try to go buy NVIDIA. Go buy something that can actually make you money. Turn it into a positive. Am I correct, William?
Yeah. June Islip says, after that call last night with Ace and Ham, when we squeeze, I'm buying a Ferrari and a condo like Ham did on his first big win. But then he got divorced, too.
I got divorced and I lost it all.
He got served on his way to the front door.
I didn't tell everybody that part of the story. Thanks, William.
Oh.
So if you guys think Goldman screwed you before, they got me before. She was a partner at Goldman and took me to the cleaners.
Well, imagine an $800,000 condo must be worth $8 million today.
I bought it. It was they call it a gray space. It wasn't built out. I went back to look at it after I paid for it, after I made a big trade. And I went back to my home, and someone served me divorce papers, and I lost the condo and the Ferrari. Easy come, easy go.
Oh, you kept the keychain.
Yeah, I got the keychain. That is correct. I still have it. That is true. How did you remember that? Did I tell you that?
No, you never told me that.
I'll take a picture of it. I'll show it to you. It was a silver Ferrari keychain. Yes, I did.
So,
thanks, William, for bringing that up. I was trying to block that out, that big loss, the big win and the big loss. Thank you. They asked me what was my biggest win. I said that was one of my overnight trades, yes. But I didn't tell them what happened on the back end of that.
I'm just envious of all your success. I had to bring up a negative.
No, it's okay. Hey, listen, that's one of my top stories. A big win, and then everyone goes, wow. The next day I lost it all. They go, what?
It's one of the greatest stories out there.
No, listen, while we got time, I'll give you the best story of all time. A good friend of mine, very dear friend, got into the business, lived in San Francisco, just got married, and he became a commodity broker instead of a stockbroker to begin. And the firm had him telling all his clients to short lumber. So he didn't know. He went out and got his wife, family, all her uncles, everyone to short lumber. They got to short these contracts. Within 2 days, Mount St. Helens blows up, and lumber goes from, let's say, $10 to $1,000. And when you're short, they got caught and got wiped out. He killed the whole family they just got married into. Everyone in that area he wiped out. Mm. So he had to go back to everybody, and the analyst said, listen, it was an act of God, and it's way overpriced now. So he went back and he got a few of the family members to actually try it again. They did it again. He got them in again, and then Mount St. Helens blew up again. 2 for 2. He got caught.
Gosh.
He got divorced and had to leave the state. He killed them all.
Oh my gosh.
That's the worst story I've ever heard in my life, but a true story.
Well, I've got a story like that, but I can't tell stories as well as you can.
That's a true story. I asked him if I could pay him and take that story from him. It's so good. Yeah, everybody in the room can Google that and see Mount St. Helens blow up twice, and he got caught twice in it. 2 for 2.
So I've
listen,
got
there's
a question.
Lot of stories like that, but go ahead.
I've got 2 questions. Apparently, Borders is saying it'll squeeze by mid-September. What do you think? Finger.
Wait till mid-September. I think it's going anytime. He could say what he likes. I don't know. I studied the stock for 3 years. He studied it for 3 weeks.
Yeah. Big whales. Why don't they buy in the aftermarket when there's no volume? That question answers itself. But anyway,
I think I say it all the time. Big players want to accumulate.
yeah.
Just go look at that TOP. I was trying to show you that there is accumulation before the run. They had some big days on this TOP, and that's why I'm trying to show. I'm trying to show you that there is accumulation in these names before they go. They just don't dry up and they just go from nothing. There is accumulation, and when they do get their positions, then they step on the gas.
Right. I'm
sure they're not doing this just for fun. Yeah, I'm looking at it. There was a day of $1.4 million, $1 million, $1.1 million, $2 million, another million. So it looks like they were buying it before. And then on April 27th, it went from $6 to $24 on $34 million. Maybe that was the beginning. Then they killed them up to $256.
The stock's going up now that your voice is going out over the airwaves.
Listen again. This is nonsense. They're short 168 million. For those who say we're crazy, take away 100 million shares. I'll make you feel good. Take away 100 million shares. It's not 168. It's 100. It's 60 million. Whatever number you want to make it. They traded 142,000 today. How are they? It's going to be a bloodbath. If we're correct, it's going to be a major bloodbath. We put the data up every day. If they're still selling it, they're not buying it, so they're not covering. Correct? It's pretty easy.
What do you think would happen if just the real short covered? Just the real short.
If they stop selling it, the real short, I believe, shorted more the other day, right? They borrowed 300,000, so that number is going to go from, I think it was 270, maybe up to 500. If they have just buying that back, and with the selling, no selling, the stock will be $8 to $9.
Yeah.
That's just the real short. Then you bump into the option shorts. All right, you got to remember these guys are short stock versus those options. That creates another panic, and then it's just gonna keep tumbling. That's how it happens.
Yeah.
If there's a short seller who wants to come on and tell us about how they're going to win, come on. Let's do it. We'd love to hear from you. And we'd love to go sit down with you at the SEC, and you can tell them how they're going to win. Tell us all. We want to know. Right? If it's a fair game, let's see. Come on. Roll the dice. Let's see how it goes.
Can they bury the failed to delivers in finger the way they're trying to bury them in MMTLP?
No, MMTL for the 900th time was a fraud. Not by the principals, by the short sellers. They created a symbol, they got a QSIP and got a trading. The regulators had no choice but to stop this thing. When everybody figured out that the regulators were exposed, and with the freedom of information were exposed, they all got their ass hanging in the wind now. How do they make this go away? So they said they got the blue sheet investigation. They have to do something to figure it out because they're all exposed now. So West Christian will force the issue. Obviously, West is going to win the lawsuit down the road. And then West will make sure that the shareholders that are being held hostage will get their money. How much? I don't know. I can't see them trying to give you pennies on the dollar. So I doubt maybe they try to make it go away by giving everybody their money back what they paid for it. Maybe they try to say everyone gets $11. Maybe they say, I don't know.
There's a question. There's a question here. Maybe it's for you. It might be for me. I'm going to go ahead and ask it and I'll answer. He's just curious, being a good guy that he is. He's back after a year. We've been talking GTI, by the way, which almost squeezed it a year ago when everybody decided to invest in COSM instead. We've been talking GTIA and II, and it's still stale. did you and the rest here divest in other stocks and make money? No, I didn't
Yes,
get
we
out of
put- we
GTII.
put our money
I lost
No,
money in it, just like you're implying. So, you know,
we
I'd
went
appreciate
into-
it if you went
listen.
Trank and you too. I'd appreciate if you went somewhere else. Just get off the call. Go trade your own stocks.
Frank, my friends, we all sold everything. We went into NVIDIA, bought it at 200, and just sold it at 500. Okay, then we shorted Tesla, and we did that. Would you like all our trading history?
Just
All right.
look.
You
This
had every opportunity. I did not squeeze GTII. I did not. I didn't even know it was going. It just took off, and I had nothing to do with it. All right, I had nothing to do with it going up, going down. We followed the shorts, and they are still here, and they haven't covered. That's what we do. If you don't know how to trade the equity markets, then you need to go someplace else. So obviously today, the people that are pissed off are either paid bashes, or B, really are investors who don't know what they're doing, or C, want to bitch and moan, call the SEC up.
That's right.
Start an investigation. I'll be the first guy there with you. Follow the sell. Go in front of the SEC with a sign and say, follow the sell tickets and tell me where they lead to. It's pretty easy. I know they're not leading to me, so knock yourself out. Where are they leading to? That's it. William, stop taking calls like that.
You're right. And the one thing to point out is the opportunity we have is because the shorts are counterfeiting shares, but they continue to counterfeit. So that's what we're fighting against. It's not a surprise.
You know, if the gentleman who's losing money wants me to help him make money, then I assume we're partners then. So, you know, when I make you money, I want 50% of it, big mouth. You know, I'll help you out. You want me to help you out? You got to pay me. That's how it goes.
That's right. So sorry I even asked that question.
No,
I should have ignored him.
Problem. Listen. I hate losing my own money. So I'd rather lose my own money than lose your money. That's how I always felt. It bothers me. And, you know, for people that are sitting here that don't know what they're doing and they lost money, the whole system is fraud. I told you that. Don't play the equity market if you can't handle it. It's complete fraud. I don't know how to tell. I tell you that every day. Go buy a house. Go do something. Don't do it.
That's fraud too now.
I'm just saying, but you're better off. If you can't handle it, you got to get away from it. There's nothing to say.
It's unbelievable. You know, it's 143 volume right now, and the stock is 506. I'd say
Listen, there is no activity in the options on the put side, so they, you know, just 100 puts. The puts that these guys have that they've done action in is the fours are 10 cents.
right.
Okay, they're worthless. There's no activity in the 4.5. There's no activity in the 5s. There's nothing. Then you go to the next activity is in the 4s for October. There's 1,000 of them they put up yesterday, and that's what we bumped into, all that selling that was created.
Those were fake shares or synthetic
Right.
shares, right?
Right, so they're creating shares, right? Versus the long side, there's thousands of calls and each strike price. So, again, once these guys stop selling, and they actually just, you know, to me, I look at it, they stop selling. The stock doesn't need to move up. They need to settle their trades. We have the biggest player in the world that's going to cover the stock. They got to cover the stock. It's 168 million shares. I don't know about you. That's a pretty big buyer.
One guy's thanking you for buying the September 7 calls. He made a lot of money, and he's buying stock with it, and he's buying October 7. So there's credit there.
Listen, people, let me just stop you.
Yeah.
People, you don't have to thank me for anything. Make money, do what you have to do. This is your money. We're educating you on security fraud. That's all this is about. Okay? We know we're right. If this issue is settled, you will make more. You will have a life-changing situation in front of you. And I do believe it looks like it's ready to go. That's how I feel. That's it.
Well,
I've been
who do
saying
you
it for
think's
30 days
selling
already.
today? It's 143,000 shares. I doubt anyone on this call is selling. Anyone we
No
know
one's
is
selling.
selling.
No one is selling. You could see that no one's selling. And then you can tell it's the short because right now it's 508, 511. And if a short comes in, they're going to offer 100 shares at 510 or 509 to close the spread. That's it. Then you'll see a trade. That's the short. That's it. That's their pattern. Close the spread, offer 100 shares, and try to move it down. If the stock goes green, the next trade is 100 shares to make it go red. That's all. It's a head game. They're just trying to show you that the stock is not green today. It's red. It's down 1 penny. Time to panic. That's what they're trying to do. It's to get you see it every day.
But the SEC doesn't care because that
Right,
kind
they
of
don't care.
manipulation is good
So
for
you
the
have
market.
to take it. So the SEC doesn't care. So, sometimes people take the matters into their own hands. And we got these guys trapped. And you know what? People have had enough. So, you could be here, don't be here, that's your business. You could kill us.
What would happen if somebody came in to buy, I don't know, 1 million, 5 million shares? What would happen?
I think the stock would be $20 to $25, and then it'd be on its way to the moon.
And they don't see it coming, do they?
I think they know it's coming.
Ah, that's interesting. That's interesting.
I think the word is getting around the street that the tsunami is, there's been an earthquake off the coast of India, and that a tsunami is coming. And the tsunami warning is not hit the United States yet, or the people on this phone call, but I think that people are hearing it around the globe.
Wow. So they're going to have a long weekend.
Well, you got your choice. If you like, listen to the gentleman who says that you lost money, go out there and short some finger motion and short GTII, knock yourself out. Take the other side of the trade. The Kramers are looking for people to support them with Alpine, and Lynn Partners is looking for some help here. Go out there and buy some puts and knock yourself out.
Look, my approach has been to basically answer every question out there. I'm going to stop doing that. I'm just the crappy questions I'm going to ignore. It's not worth it.
Well, listen, anyone who's upset, I just make it easy for you. We really don't care. Call the SEC up and just tell them to follow the sell tickets. Get a bullhorn, go stand in front of the SEC, and demand that they do a blue sheet investigation into these stocks to see where all the sell tickets are going to. That's it. It's pretty easy.
Just identify the sellers. No one even knows who they are.
Right.
You're supposed to know your customer. How can you take orders in volume without knowing who's selling? But
Again, for the documentary, I told the producers, hey, go to the guy from Morgan Stanley in the GameStop video. He said he naked shorted every day. Put him on the show and say, okay, who'd you naked short for? Give us their accounts and their names. Then go to Johnny Tobacco and say, okay, you're a stock loan. Give us the names of all the bad guys you know. Who are the bad guys that should be taken out in handcuffs? I'm sure he knows a few. It's time for people to start giving up these rats. That's what they have to do.
I agree.
And it's one other thing. Someone gave me a great line. If you rob from a bank, you'll be in jail in minutes. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The banks are robbing us. No one says boo.
Well, they're protected. There's a good question here, if you can run with it, and maybe we can expand it to October premiums. But the question is, if you hold September 6th options on Finger over this weekend, will the decay in the premium kill those options? Of course, you could also answer it about October. I think the same thing would happen, but.
Just ask the gentleman what he paid for what did he pay for the 6
I don't know.
months?
No, this is a good person. Well, I don't know what'd you pay, Cryptic Trader. Put up what you paid, and he'll answer the question. There's a new fake account that's pretending to be me on Twitter. All you need to know is I don't even know how to use Twitter. I look at what Ham posts, and I look at what Kristen Shaughnessy posts, and Anna, Queen of Trades, and that's about it. Small cap investing. I don't know how to do anything else on Twitter, so I'm sorry if there's a fake one. He paid 45 cents for the September 6 calls.
All right, so they're 40 to 50. If it starts to go to stock, all right, if you want to play it safe, you could sell the $8 calls or the $10 or the $9 calls. If the stock starts to run towards 6, those all will expand. You can sell those calls at 45 cents and have a spread. So let's say you own the 6s and you sell the 10s. You can create a 4-point spread for zero money, and the most you can make is $4. That'll take all your risk off the table.
And you can't lose anything in that case.
You can't lose anything. Right now, you're in. The premium is a non-event right now in that stock, even though it's your 45 cents is all premium, but you still have time.
What are the October 6s trading for?
The October 6s, 90 cents.
Well, there.
So you have to pay double.
Yeah, and that premium will disappear. So
that's more premium to go through. I'd rather play the 30, 40, 50 cent options than the time premium. I could just see that no, that was before.
Somebody said they were excited to get a direct message from me on Twitter. I don't even know how to use direct messaging, DMing. So it was a fake account.
I don't want to drag it out forever. I know a lot of people have a long weekend here. It's 1:40. Everybody wants to get started. I told you before, I'm going to a tailgate party in Orlando tomorrow for the football game on Sunday.
Who's going to win?
Monday, excuse me?
Who's going to win?
I'm switching my teams. I'm going to LSU. Doze is very upset that I'm pissing on him about his team, but I'm just going to join him. And Dozer, I'm such a loser. Everyone says I'm such a loser. I'm going to join you and cheer for LSU. You're going to have to pay me to get rid of me now. But I will be at a huge Wall Street party on Monday, and I can't wait to come with my cards and brochure to pitch them on finger motion and teach them the way of what's going to happen here. I can't wait to tell professionals who maybe know the symbol, don't know the symbol, but they will know it as of Monday afternoon when I'm with them. That I can promise you.
So I'll just ask it again. How confident or how positive or upbeat are you feeling about Finger, and do you think it can move at any time?
I think it can move at any time. I'm super confident, and I think the stock is going to explode. After it explodes, my team, my friends will have plenty of money, fresh money to sit there and go buy our old favorite. So for the people who think that I don't talk about it, I can't buy it every day. I'm not Fidelity Management. I'm not George Soros. I don't have billions of dollars. So we let them putz around, dragging it back and forth a little bit. But in the end, we're sitting here looking at a 64 cents stock that I'm drooling at. I only hope that Finger goes and GTII doesn't move.
Exactly.
But what's going to happen? They're both going to move together, and I'll have to wind up paying higher for it. So that's just that's a fact of life. I don't know.
That'll be all right.
But you have to make one is going to go first, and I believe it's Finger. That's it.
Right.
And people say to me, "Why do you think like that?" Because that's what my gut's telling me. I traded for a long time, and you could tell when they're going to go. And this one's ready to go.
Someone's asking about what do you think the resolution's going to be for MMTLP. You don't have to answer.
I think that's going to be, my opinion on that is they're going to settle a lawsuit with West. I'll just make up a number. Let's give them $100 million to make them go away. West will sign the agreement that he'll never speak about it as he laughs his way to the bank. The shareholders, I think they'll negotiate to pay them back and give everybody a little bit of a profit and to get rid of everybody there and make it go away quietly. We will know what the shareholders are getting because everybody owns the stock, and we will hear it through the grapevine, but we will never know about the court settlement with West. Because they're going to seal it up like Credit Suisse did for 50 years.
Right.
And the short sellers will pay the fine, pay the fee, did not have their name disclosed. And the SEC and FINRA will quietly make this go away. When it happens, the MMTLP crowd will break apart, and that'll be the end of that. That's what they want to do.
Right.
They don't want them talking about it. They don't want you contacting senators. They don't want you making any more noise. So my guess on that subject is that I believe that's going to come to a head shortly because they want to keep this and get it out of the spotlight soon.
Right.
Because that is a sore that is so exposed. They have to close it up.
Do you think coming back from vacation after Labor Day next week is going to be a catalyst?
I think Tuesday is going to be a great day. That's my opinion. When you get stocks like this and people get to see friends and family or whatever, old Wall Street buddies, it's a time for us to tell our stories and, what do we like, what do we see, and, we all like to talk stocks. That's what we do. So I'm sure people that are on this call that I know that are veterans, like my friends from E.F. Hutton, that are older than dirt. We have some guys from Smith Barney here, Kidder Peabody's. People don't know these names, but these were prominent firms back in the day. And you know what? They developed a lot of smart guys. They trained them, and they understand the game. Today's brokers are a complete novice compared to what these people are that we know on the phone right now.
One guy's pointing out, and maybe you can compare it to how GME traded, but one guy's pointing out how closely held that we know so many people that own shares of the float of Finger, and there's really no tradable float in Finger, and there's a massive short position. It's kind of like what you found out in GME 4 years ago.
Well, GME, I told you how I reported on it. I gave everybody a little tidbit on how you did it. That's what brought my attention to it. I did not follow GameStop because of Roaring Kitty. I could care less what he said about buying games or whatever it did. It meant nothing. Every stock is about how big the short is. Just go look at, they always have a list of top short squeeze candidates. You can go look at it. There's a whole business on that side of the coin. And all they do is talk about the floats and the percentage and how many days it's going to take to cover it. All right? A monkey can report that. We reported in detail the people that own the stock, how big it is, how big the short is, how big the naked short is. We know who the short seller is. We know everything about it. It's very different than everybody else is what they're talking about. I didn't know the short sellers in GameStop. I knew they were big players, but I didn't know it was Stevie Cohen and that guy Merlin Capital and all those characters. I didn't know that who's who. All right? It's very different. But we know everything about it. We know every gory detail, even down to their prime broker now. So it's a very different game. And again, I thought GTI was going first for the 1,000th time, and it just flip-flopped, and now Finger's going to go first. So Finger Motion, we can use that money to support the next deal and go after them. That's the fear that these guys are all afraid of. Because once we get an army that's fully fed and financed, then look out.
And trust and has confidence. How many days to cover Finger or GTI?
Once they start, that nonsense, how many days it's going to take to cover doesn't exist. William, that number, that's a fictitious number. Once Finger Motion starts, you're going to get a HKD VW moment where it's just going to be buy. Remember, if they don't cover it, it just gets worse.
It'll be buy shorts.
It just gets 100 times worse. So Wall Street is about taking your medicine, no matter how awful it is. Take it, get it over with, rip the Band-Aid off, end the misery, and go away. The problem is that our shorts in Finger Motion are going to go away. They're going to go to jail because they don't have the money to fund this. And just like everyone else, when you go bankrupt and you leave the street hanging, the banks are going to go after them. Same thing's going to happen in GTII.
This gentleman's asking, what's the loophole that market makers are using, brokers are using?
I'll put it up for you to read.
Okay.
I won't explain it anymore. I'll put it up for you.
He's at Ham Short Killer on Twitter. Um, do you believe in hard work or smart work? Well, Ham's doing both as far as I see it. Hard work
Listen,
and smart work.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna retweet it to that gentleman, and it has my friend Chris standing there with a sign saying Wall Street Court counterfeiting. It's right there. It's the whole thing, the loophole. I'll put it up again. You can read it. It's right there. I don't need to explain it. Wake up, fight back. I just put it there. I just put the whole thing. It's nice, easy read. You can just read it yourself. Listen, you got to do. Listen, you're invested. Do some homework. I can't do it all for you.
Well, I'll tell you, the shorts never
That's why I
expected.
got in trouble. Excuse me?
The shorts never expected you. I'll tell you that.
It's not me. It's guys like Ace, Dozer, Dirty Mayo, the Crayon Eater, the Baker, the Butcher, all these type of people. The real Scott Dodger, the Ned Starks. I can't remember Anna, Kristen. Everybody educated themselves, took the time, and understood the fraud. And you know what? And once you understand it, it cannot, like you said, once you see it, it cannot be unseen.
Do you know anything about NWBO that keeps coming up? You don't have.
Yes, I do know a lot about it, but I lost track of it over the years.
Yeah.
The company's been diluted. I actually met, if anyone is in Northwest Bio, I actually met the guy Michael Bigger many years ago. He was supposedly a big supporter of this company, and he's a hedge fund out on Long Island. I actually met the guy, and they hired a former CIA guy. They've done 100 things, but nothing right.
Yeah. Yeah.
They had big money behind them. They all got robbed, and and that's shame on them. I told you before, MULN. I spoke with the CEO. I told him to hire Wes Christian. I told him to do this, that, the other thing. I think I spoke with him in January. I can't remember. He let all that time go by, and his company's been destroyed. He could have turned it when he stepped in at that time. He didn't do it. I said he's tiptoeing in because his lawyers probably held him back, and I spoke to his lawyers too.
People are asking about other stocks, but for example,
No, go ahead, ask. I don't care.
well, for example, Vocal. But I think Finger.
We can't discuss Vocal. We need to clean up Finger, go to GTI, then we can address Vocal. My daughter owns Vocal at 80 cents, so I understand it. My friends own it. Trust me, my friends are down millions of dollars.
Who did she take advice from?
She heard this guy Ham. And when she comes to me and questions me, I always tell her, go ask Ham. Leave me alone.
Why do you think it'll be different this time in GTII or Finger when they went up before and there weren't any massive margin buy-ins? Why is it going to be different this time?
Because we will have enormous financial backing this time. We can create our own tsunami.
I like this question. Do you think the shorts are going to be spending the weekend in the Hamptons trying to convince people to sell? Yeah, maybe.
Listen, for those that are doubters, go out there and short the stocks. If you lost money, you want to make it back, go short the stocks. Join the shorts. See how easy it is. Just go make money with them. Knock yourself out. Remember, all it takes is one time to get caught on the short side, and you're gone, vaporized forever.
Do you think somebody will come in and rescue the shorts and Finger?
No.
Had that.
These are the worst. You understand? These are by far the worst trades in creation. A GameStop short, I understand. All right, they drove it down from 50 down, whatever it was, $45. They drove it down. The shorts were in the black, and they got wiped out. We have the shorts in the red as of right now. Where are they going? They're in the red already.
That's,
And, you know, finger motion, again, I can't stress it enough. You don't have to buy it, but you need to understand the signs. And the signs are pointing that this thing is ready to go. You know what? Again, I don't know how they're going to keep fighting it. You can't fight the world. I told you, I'll probably see 100 people in the next couple of days. 70 will be Wall Street people looking for ideas. So, am I going to pitch them the video, or am I going to pitch them finger motion?
do you think it's computerized selling? In other words, will they just turn the switch?
Yes, I think that once the switch changes, you're going to start seeing, you know, this thing is going to be, there'll be no selling. For every 100 shares you buy, maybe one share will be for sale. Right now, we got it where the switch is where they're shorting 60% every day. Take away the sell button, and it just keeps rising like a cake. Not going to stop.
Yeah.
Listen, if this stock was $10 to $20 in finger motion, I would have a different tune. I would be, hey, this is a little dangerous. $10 to $15, you're playing with real big money. All right? It's very different. A finger motion, you're playing with a $5 stock that has tremendous fundamentals. It's not going anywhere. And Benchmark gave it a $5 target. So we're right here. The company's worth $5, and they actually said in their report they were gonna ramp it higher. The company said things are going great. They seem to be ready to go profitable, I think. Is that what they said? I forgot what they said in the video. So, I mean...
I think next quarter they'll be profitable, but...
out of the gate, we have a company that is actually, you could say is basically, let's say it's worth $5. Just let's say for hell, it's worth $5. It's $5. If the company was worth $5 and it was trading at 15, I could understand saying, hey, it's overvalued. I got it. But it's $5. As far as I'm concerned, it's got, this is the bottom. It's worth this value right here. I think it's worth more, but that's my opinion. But again, Benchmark said the company is worth $5 and they're going to revamp and revisit and probably upgrade their targets. That's what they said in their report.
Avid Trader made a great point, I thought. He said that once it's at 5 or above, it becomes marginable, and the brokers can start recommending it to their clients. So
right.
There could be more demand for the stock over 5.
Well, I'm going to meet a lot of brokers on the street on Monday. That's what I said.
Yeah.
So again, listen, you have to make your own determination. I just gave you that the company's worth $5. Benchmark said it. I didn't say it. Benchmark said it. They said that this report, you can probably read it online, is the company's going to be upgraded from that target price will be raised. Mm-hmm. The company said that they expect to be profitable. I don't know what they say, next quarter. I forgot what they said.
I think it's the third quarter of this year, which is next quarter.
And so here you got a company that's going to be profitable. The guys who wrote those fake stories who saying the company's going bankrupt, they're completely wrong, right?
Yeah.
All right, so again, we're looking at this. If it was $15, I'd be nervous. It's here. I'm not nervous at all. Once this works, my friends, you don't have to do it. No one has to do it. My people, our game plan is, and I said it 1,000 times, we're going to go buy GTII. So if these guys want to sit here and keep trying to push it down, you know what? We just get more shares for less money. It's okay with us. But Vegas doesn't pay out till the game's over. So for those people who think we abandoned the stock, is that we have not abandoned anything. We only follow 2 stocks. We talk about other things. I talk about NVIDIA. I talk about Tesla. I talk about TOP. I talk about whatever because I follow other names. I have to, I don't want to be not knowing anything. I have to know. I follow a lot of different things. No more questions? Well done.
There's not really any more. The stock's 511, so you've gotten it up while we've been on the phone.
Listen, please, you guys stop. Listen, there's no selling. There's no
volume either. It's all
there's
fake.
No volume. the big buyers are standing below 5. We all know that. Everybody knows the big buyers are here. We all know it. When does the big buyer get bored of sitting here watching and not getting any stock? I told you my experience on that. Big funds eventually will sit there and say, hey, you know what, enough of this below 5. Use a 540 top. Let's see what we get. And then when they go there and if they don't get filled, then they go to $6. That's how these funds work.
And if you get 2 funds trying to buy.
So when one fund starts buying, do you think they tell their friends who they hang out with to go buy the stock? It's very interesting, William, you said that. And that brings us back to the Prel commercial. I keep trying to tell you, it's the Prel commercial. And I'll repost that. There you go. Here it goes. There you go.
Somebody said Prel. Hell, it's some other shampoo, whatever shampoo it was.
I said it was Prel.
I thought it was too, but they said it's some thing it doesn't matter. You get the idea.
Okay. I put that up for you too. So I put up the loophole. I put up the commercial. And what else would you like me to discuss?
So
Anything
who would
else?
you rather be going into the 3-day weekend, the long or the short?
That's the great question. Yes, that's something for people that are looking, that are wanted to invest and understand the game. You make that determination. Do you want to be the short or do you want to be the long? You know, I told you we're working on the truck for next week. We will put some nice new snappy slogans on there for the SEC and Lynn Partners and the Kramers and Alpine. We'll address that, pretty bold again, right in front of the doors of the SEC. These guys want to be Bonnie and Clyde. We're going to make them Bonnie and Clyde. All right, we're going to make them the most wanted people on the street. And at the end of the day, they better roll out their attorneys. But if they're rolling out the attorneys, we want to see their phone records, we want to see their trading records, we want to see their bank records. Where did they get their money from? Because if they stole a lot of money before, they wired the money somewhere, correct?
Yeah.
Now that they're getting busted in it, now they're in a panic.
This guy has a genuine question, which I'm trying to think. I'm trying to screen, but, maybe it's genuine. Has there ever been a squeeze based on naked shorts?
No.
Or have they been the squeeze has been based on shorts that were real or, accounted for?
Kodak, Taser, Overstock, KOSS, AMC, GME. Bed Bath & Beyond.
Volkswagen.
It's endless.
Piggly Wiggly.
I go back, Andrea Electronics, Scientific Atlanta, SFE.
Top.
Was it TLRY, Beyond Meats, Peloton. You want me to keep going? They happen all the time.
Yeah, he's a long-time follower. He's a good guy. It's
listen,
confusing to people.
I have if you don't understand it, there's plenty of proof on all this stuff. We're here for one reason. If I wanted to, I could have traded out of finger motion and left and never been here again. The short is trapped means that when it goes up, I believe it's going higher. That's why I'm still here. I'm not here wasting my time for a stock to go from 5 to 6 or 5 to 7. I could go find 1,000 stocks that move faster than this thing.
One guy's saying you're smart.
That's not true.
Apparently, it's a fake account saying that.
I'm smart. I've told him not stupid. How's that one?
Yeah, that's
Listen, I know a few things in life. I know to stop when the light is red and go when it's green. I know how stocks trade. Okay, does that make me the biggest winner of all time? No. But there's certain things I do study, and I'm an expert on studying the naked shorts in a stock. And I zeroed in on these two names. One was by accident. I never thought the shorts would come in here, but Lynn Partners was nice enough to jump into the fray, and they actually trapped themselves. The Kramers, I gave you the story on that from 3 years ago, over 3 years ago. The Kramers jumped in, they had a debenture, they got paid off, just like Frank is doing with ASRE. He's got them trapped over there, the Kramers. They paid off their note, and now they're trapped. Okay, how do you fight through that? I don't have the time capacity to go over and fight the Kramers over there, but, Frank is doing that. He exposed that, and that was a great job by him. But again, this is how it starts. When they don't have that debenture, they're exposed.
So what do you do when the light's yellow?
I step on the gas like everybody else does. I actually slow down. I'm a very cautious driver. I drive very slow. Actually, my son said a yellow school bus passed me the other day.
Oh, this is interesting. Somebody asked this the other day, and I forgot to answer it. There was, in the press announcement on the restricted dividend for GTII, it said, speak to your broker about the 144 legend. Do we have to do anything, or will it automatically lift off?
I haven't paid attention to it. I was waiting for the October 15th day to look into it. As I got closer to that. Right now, I'm focused on finger motion. If some of my friends wanted to poke into GTI, they're welcome. Do whatever you like. It could go less, but my intention, what you see. I told you we're gonna finish these characters off, and then we'll round back over to there.
I don't think you have to do anything. I think that was just put in the press release so you didn't call the company, you called your broker, but it'll be automatic.
That's a good one. Let them yell at them. I don't care.
Yeah.
Wall Street, all the talent on Wall Street is gone, so you understand that. So, people that I know actually have all the brains of Wall Street because they've physically seen physical shares. They know all the tricks that these guys do and how to combat it. All right, so it's not an easy fight. Remember, we're taking on J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, everybody here. All right, but again, we'll find the correct channel to get through to them. That's how it works.
Wow, 10,000 shares has moved the stock to 514.
Oh, I'm not watching it.
Imagine what happens if somebody buys even 100,000 shares.
Listen, I don't know how they're standing. The paper trail's got to be getting brutal now. They've done so many shares. The stock is so well known. The stock is all known over D.C., in New York City. And you know what? If the stock bumps into a regulator, Hold on one second, all right?
Yes, sir. Do I have a choice?
I'm sorry, I was getting a call from Puerto Rico. I'm sorry.
It's all right. That's important.
But, yes, it is. It's super important. Anyway, they hung up. So, like I was saying again, you know what? I'm not stopping. My goal is to take Lynn and put them put the heads on the head of a garbage truck. I don't know if anybody ever grew up in New York. The garbage men always drove around with doll heads on the front of their trucks. These guys belong in a room of a head just chopped off like a big game hunter. All right, they're a disgrace. They could care less about robbing your money, and they try to act like who the hell they are. They're a disgrace. Okay, they destroy all types of companies and could care less. Now payback's a bitch. That's what's going to happen there.
I agree with you. And the leverage that they've been able to use for free is going to come back and bite them in the rear end.
Well, listen, they've used every loophole they can to flood the market with these shares. And people keep saying, well, we put the proof up every day. Okay? Shares that are shorted, we put it up every day. We just keep counting it. They don't buy it back. If they don't buy it back, the number just goes higher. It doesn't go lower, all right? It goes higher, and that's what you're seeing.
It's amazing. For the entire time we've been on this call, it's less than 20,000 shares traded, or it's exactly 20,000 shares traded. It's amazing.
Well, again, they're running out of steam. Everyone can see it, you know. This is again. Their time is coming to an end. I can't tell you what second.
Yeah.
I can't tell you what time it's going to go, what second, but like the lottery, you got to be in it to win it. You don't want to be in it, just watch it then. I tell all my friends, if you don't want to buy it, at least own 100 shares. Right? This way you're part of it. If you did it in GameStop, you would have a story for the rest of your days and how you at least owned 100 shares and you made $500 on it. Because who would sell it unless it's going? I would never sell it, unless you sell it at $200-300, right? I'd rather have 100 shares than none. Think about that.
Yeah.
And many times I did trades where I thought I was a big shot, and I flipped my options and said, "Oh my God, I went to buy 500. I only got 50. Sell my options out. I make $10,000 and just walk away and say, screw these guys." And the next day the stock's up another 10 points, and I lose. I would have made another $50,000-$60,000, but because I was an idiot, I dumped them. Let me close out this transaction. Let me take all the profit right now. I need all $10,000 for tonight's dinner at Five Guys. Right? As a trader, you like to close out your position. You feel good about it. And say, okay, I have no positions. I'm up 10,000. Let me close it out and go home. So if I would have sold, if I had 50 calls and I would have sold 40 calls, except 10, I would have made more money on the 10 than I would have made on all 50. I mean, it's just stupid. But you know what? As you get older, you start to learn.
And then you die.
And you sit there and say, well, I got into the stock for a reason. What am I running from it? Because it didn't even happen yet. And that's how I think.
Somebody here says you've missed your calling because you make him laugh every single day. That's something.
I don't need the tomatoes thrown at me when I'm not good.
You could have been Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, God. If I ever told you some of the crazy stories that I knew growing up in Brooklyn, you would faint.
Yeah.
That's how crazy my life has been. I'll give everybody a quick one. You ready?
Yep.
This is a good true story. I got into a business, and I had a new partner. He says, take a ride with me. He had a brand new Cadillac. He says, you drive the car. I just meet the guy. The first time I met him. And he goes, come on, take a ride to Fire Island. I says, all right. And I didn't even know where Fire Island was back then. I drive to Fire Island. The guy's sitting there smoking a pot, and a cigarette, marijuana, whatever, call it a joint, whatever. I'm driving his car. I know nothing about it. We get to Fire Island. He gets out of the car. He goes, come on over here. He called me Ace. Ace, come here. As I walk over, a young kid, I said, yeah, what's up? He goes, hold on, let me make this phone call. He gets on the phone, and he dials some phone number, and the guy picks up. He says, I don't give a shit what you say. I'm coming over to get my $50,000. I'm like, what? He goes, I don't care if you got a gun. I'm coming over. Now I'm going on a boat to Fire Island, and there's a guy standing there with a gun waiting for us. And I'm like, what? I went for a ride. What is this?
You were the muscle?
I was the muscle, I guess. Or the guy that was going to get shot. I'm not sure what it was. But at the end of the day, the guy sent over the $50,000, and it was all settled up. Of course, I had to go home and change my pants because I didn't know what was going on.
Where'd you sit on the way home? In his new car.
It's like I had Parkinson's on the way home. I was like, oh, my God, what is this? Well, that's growing up in Brooklyn, my friends. There you go.
You
So do you think I haven't seen all the crazy stuff that you ever think of? I've seen it all. Trust me. On Wall Street and in the streets.
Yeah, it sounds fascinating.
Yeah, that is a true story.
Someone's asking you if you ever smoked pot or a pipe. I don't know.
No, nothing. Never took a drug. I just started taking pot gummies to sleep, and they're actually very good if anyone has trouble sleeping.
Yeah, but that's not the same.
Excuse me?
That's not the same, taking those.
I never did. I never did a drug. I never smoked a cigarette. I never even tried a cigarette.
Did you ever kiss a girl?
No. Ugly girls always.
507 on the stock, and the volume is 159,000. So it's 22,000 shares traded.
Listen, it gives you a headache watching them go back and forth with these 100 shares. It's like roulette. Soon there'll be no more bets. The wheel will be spun, and you know what? It's going to land on 00 for all of us, and we're going to be the winners. That's how it's going to work. They can play all the games they want. We will pound down the SEC to investigate this stock. All right? There's not even a question. So the knock is going to come. They can sit there and say it wasn't us, and we're going to follow the paper trail and the money trail, and it'll lead back to them some way. So, again, where are they going? The company's worth $5. What's the panic? I'm not panicking. You don't hear my voice.
This is a long-time listener. He says there's a picture on Twitter which they're saying it's you smoking a pipe. It must be fake.
That's okay.
Do you have anything? I just ask it on another stock, BBBYQ.
No, again, these guys, these things are weird because in 1 second, some days they just take off and go. And I don't, the shorts are forced to cover. That's what they're trying to do, to close out their positions. Others are just going to wait for it to disappear.
I was asked something on the call last night. If let's just imagine if they gave 2 or 3 days trading for MMTLP, the shorts would have to cover. It'd be just like GTII and Finger, they said to me. And I said, well, no, not really, because there is no MMTLP. There's no company. I don't know. It might not be an interesting question for you, but I just popped into my head.
I keep trying to tell you that MMTLP was a fraud, not by the company, not by the shareholders, by the short sellers, the market makers who created this. They got the trading, they created a CUSIP, they gave them false information. John Berger was nothing to do with the company, and they created this thing. That's what it was. It got out of hand. The shorts could probably scream into the regulators to help them out, and the regulators shut it down. And that's what they did. And now they're all caught. And the reason they're all caught, because whoever filed for that freedom of information nailed it. That was the greatest request in history, and they nailed it right on the nose.
Yep.
That's what's going to win the game.
A good listener is saying that the MULN CEO responded to Charles Payne on his financials, and she respects his response. I don't know what it was.
I didn't read it. Listen, I watched him. He's not. You can see he's not too versed on naked short selling. Listen, you got to. If you're going to fight back, at least understand it. Sit down. Hire a guy like Pedro from Philadelphia. Hire a guy like you to sit down with the CEOs and educate them and what to say when they get on TV.
Go for Pedro, not me. He knows what he's talking about.
Listen, all you have to do is you go on TV and tell your story. Hey, we can't possibly, if we got 1 billion shares outstanding, we can't have 2 billion investors. It's impossible. That's it.
Yeah, settle the trades.
That's it. Settle the trade. Stop yelling at me. I got nothing to do with it. If this trade settlement, and I get to see it, is equal and it's all flat, then I'm wrong. Shut me up and I'll go away. That's it. Then I'm a terrible CEO.
Yeah.
Listen, I met the CEO as CELU. His stock is now from 80 cents to 33 cents. It was 29 the other day. It's a spin-off of Biotech. The stock has got destroyed. They work on infectious disease. The guy could save your life one day. Celine Dion is dying because there's no cure for what she has. Wouldn't it be great if a CELU CEO came up with something that could save a life or save your family's life? Yes, the stock is 32 cents. No one cares. CVM, working on head and neck cancer. I never knew what it was until my friend came down with it. They cut half his jaw and half his tongue out. That's how brutal that is. No one cares. They're shorting his stock. Northwest Bio, I think they're working on brain cancer, right? I think that's what it is. I can't remember. I think that's what it is. I'm just saying, look at those companies working to save your life. All their hard work, and the shorts just piss on them. Why? Because they say the companies need money, so they short it more and they put more pressure on the CEO. So a guy like Gert from CVM can walk in the other room and say, okay, there's 50 people in here. We got to fire 30 of you. Why? Because I can't raise any more money. So all these scientists, get out of here. Don't worry about it. That's what happens. It becomes a death spiral. That's what goes on. There you go. It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
We can all do it. But you wouldn't want to do it, because why would you want to kill somebody that can actually save your life or your family or your child's life?
Well,
They don't care. They could care less. Just think about what I just said to you. I don't own any of those stocks, and I'll support them any day of the week when they fight back.
so do you think the counterfeiters would have sold fewer shares of MULN if the CEO hadn't spent as much? They're just
They use every low-life trick in the world. They try to throw the CEO under the bus, you name it. Everything and anything. It's a disgrace.
They just try to throw something out there so if a 12-year-old regulator comes in their office, they can say, hey, we were selling for this reason. But it even misses the point. These aren't legitimate shorts. Legitimate shorting, okay, this is just counterfeiting that happens to be called shorting.
Right.
I don't know. It does get a little boring talking about the same thing over and over again.
Right.
But it seems to be the only thing you know.
I don't know anything else. I know this, and I know college football that LSU is going to lose on Sunday. That's what I know.
And you know pickleball.
Actually, I don't really know it. I play it. No one will ever say, boy, that guy knows what he's doing. I can tell you that. I'm actually a very disgusting pickleball player. Most people don't enjoy playing with me because I really don't like to play the game. I like to hit winners, and by doing that, I shorten the game.
We'll have to set up a community-wide pool for when you play PYT.
Tell the short sellers to go out there, get their best pickleball player, and I'll play him.
That's a good idea. Winner takes all.
Winner takes all. Let's go. I'm in.
If you win, they got to cover.
His mom or dad. I'll play both of them.
The Kramers couldn't even play, I'm sure.
Well, they like to box. Their boxes. The people in Long Island at the Kitchen Witch say that the Kramer, I forget which one is the boxer, has a glass jaw and always goes down when he gets hit. That's what they told. That's what they told a friend of ours from Long Island. People at the Kitchen Witch, wherever that is.
So the first time he's hit, he goes down, the fight's over.
They said he has a glass jaw and he gets hit, and they all laugh at him because they know he's a boxer. And the word is from the gym, wherever the hell it is. I have no idea. I
certainly hope that's true with the shorting. As soon as they get one hit, they fall like
listen, when someone knocks on their door, it'll be a stampede jumping out of a window. Those who it'll be the fastest run. There's like they're running from the bulls. You watch the Kramers, even that old lawyer. What's his name? Their lawyer who does all. Nadich.
Yeah, Nadich. You got it.
He'll be jumping out of the window too. He'll be hopping down the street, dragging
Nadich and his daughter. It's a family tradition there.
It's a family tradition to all sign up fraudulent documents for the Kramers. Yeah, that's what they do. Hey, you know what? They're coming close to you. Why don't you open up another LLC? That's what they're going to say.
There's a lot of future in doing business with the Kramers.
Let's just get another LLC. Maybe we'll lose them on the paper trail. That's what they're going to do.
508.
Anyway, you know the game. I can't. That's all I can about. You're here. You make your own determination. Nothing has changed. I gave you the blueprint. And once we finish with Finger, we go to GTII. Then we're going to find a nice cancer company. And everyone can hang their hat on it as we go out the door saying, you know what? We saved the company that saved someone's life. Think about how you feel doing that.
That's a good goal.
Right?
That's a good goal.
That's my goal. That's it.
It's a good goal.
Of course, stumbling down that road, we're going to wind up with a company that makes pickleballs. We're going to have to save their ass. And we're going to forget about the cancer company. That's what's going to happen.
Pickleball.
Everyone's going to yell, I thought you were going to help a cancer company. Well, we got to save this pickleball company first, then we'll go to them.
Wasn't there a game in basketball called pickle?
I don't know.
Pickleball. I wonder where the name
Anyway,
pickleball.
listen, I got to get ready. I leave in the morning, and anybody at
Where are you
JFK,
going in the morning? To Florida?
Orlando. I'm going to paint
Orlando.
my face like the Florida State Chief, and I'm going to throw a spear into Doza's back, the LSU fan, and light him on fire then.
Do you have a bet down on that game?
I sure do. If Doza wins, I have to put the Louisiana LSU license plate in my front of my car, and he has to drive around with the Florida State if we win.
All right.
On his truck. So he's a little nervous about that because I don't think he's going to be well liked in his community. in New York City, no one knows Florida State from LSU. They know the Giants and the Jets. He doesn't know that yet, so don't tell him.
That's great.
He fell for that bet. I said, yeah, sure, I'll do that one. He thinks people are going to make fun of me. No one even knows what it is. New York City's not a college football town, so it's very different. Anyway, listen, everyone, have a great weekend. I'll be traveling, and I'll be working my ass off as usual, but we'll touch base, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
Thank
Tuesday,
you,
I think,
Ham.
is going to be super exciting, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Thank you, Ham.
You got it.
Bye. All right. He's gone. He's gone. Hey, Jenny L. Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. So I didn't know we were having the call. I'm sorry I'm wearing the same shirt I wore yesterday. I was shopping. I was doing work out back. And I get a call. Get online. Get on. So sorry for the short notice. I didn't get any notice. So anyway, that explains my presentation to you. Several people have asked about logic, which I explained yesterday, but I'm glad to do it again. Yes, one person was insistent. The rest were just asking. But yes, the SEC normally takes 10 days to give their answer. And at the end of the previous week, I said that Tuesday of this week was the 10th day. Well, either there was another comment or it's the vacations. And I said this yesterday. I heard yesterday, not directly from the company, but from a source that I have confidence in, that it looks like the approval is expected next week after everybody comes back from the Labor Day weekend. So that judgment call on my part that this would be approved in the normal 6 to 10 day period didn't prove to be correct. It looks like it's going to be early next week that the approval will come for the distribution of data logic from logic into the ASPA Aubrey SPAC, which will be de-SPACed and will then be called collective audience. And already it's trading roughly around $1.25. You could see that trade at $2.50 or more a share potentially. That's on the piece of paper that you get, which is the renamed data logic into collective audience. The shell of logic should be either before, during, or after the proxy period, roughly. I think you should hear about a reverse merger into the shell, which is the logic, which they wouldn't have thrown away or let expire the previous deal at roughly 40 to 60 cents unless they had a better deal. And I think that is going to come in at 60, 70, 80 cents. Let's call it 60 cents. And so you're 25 cents now, it's the same story. You get a piece of paper with a value. I mean, who knows where it trades, but a value out of the box at 60 cents, plus a piece of paper right now at $1.25 in value, which could trade higher. That the combined is almost $2 in return for your 25 cents right now. Each company has been, the management team have been screening deal after deal after deal, cream of the crop. Each of those pieces of paper are expected to bring in new acquisitions immediately after they get up and running. The whole thing is waiting for the SEC approval. And meanwhile, why is the stock going down? Shorts are selling logic, probably illegally or legally, by saying that if we sell logic now, when they distribute their engine over to ASPA, all that's left is a shell. We'll drive it down and we can cover cheap more inexpensively. Well, they don't know, and frankly, I don't know any details, but they aren't accounting for the fact that there'll be a reverse merger worth 50, 60, 70 cents a share, in my estimation. So and I've also heard that it's possible that some of the contractors the company hired over the years, over the last year or so, were paid in stock instead of in cash, and they might be selling just to get out. But that's all going to end to the extent that there's somebody that was paid 100,000 shares. Once they've sold it, that's over with. The shorting, they can keep counterfeiting shares, whether it's intraday, intra-week, intra-month, intra-year. They can keep going and down. It's illegal, but they'll do it because they think that a shell can be suppressed. But anyway, that's the bet. And unfortunately, last Friday, when the 10th day counted out till Tuesday, I didn't know that maybe some of these people are on vacation, or maybe there was an additional clarification that was required. Neither of that was knowable to me. And now the indication is approval should be coming next week after the Labor Day holiday. Sorry about the week delay, but that's what happened on that. Somebody asked me about what happens the question was, what happens if I leave my shares of NextBridge in my account instead of transferring them to AST? Well, that's a non sequitur. That makes no sense. What's in the accounts right now is a placeholder that represents fraud on the part of the broker-dealer system. Now, they'll argue, oh, we didn't know, but it's fraud. It represents a placeholder in lieu of one share of NextBridge. It's an IOU. It's hey, we'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for your cash today. We'll give you a share of NextBridge in a month, or in 6 months, or in a year for your cash today. That's all it is. It's fraud. It has no value. That MMTLP that's in my account's in your account has absolutely no value. Other than, there's two aspects of value it has. One is that the brokerage system in the United States, the reason it's respected for some reason around the world is it's a sacred contract. You put up cash, we put up the certificate, and it settles. Now, that's been distorted by Goldman Sachs and Citadel and Stevie Cohen's firm, whatever it's called, his own initials, putting his cheating right up in bold lights. That's all in my opinion. but it's based on, in Stevie Cohen's case, just read the book Black Edge or Black Ice, I forget. So if you leave your shares, if you leave your placeholder, if you leave this little thing that has a QSIP, or maybe not, it just has a number. I don't even know if it's a QSIP in your account. If you leave it there, instead of moving your shares moving the right for shares to AST, which becomes shares, well, when AST gets full, all you have is this MMTLP along with me and my IRA. What's the value? It's the one value is the system. Your broker dealer, my broker dealer, owes me what it's worth. They either owe me the share of NextBridge or they owe me equal value. That's one thing that's there. And the other is the size of the naked, as they say in Texas, naked short position. And both of those things, I think, are going to lead to a massive payout to you and to me. But I could be wrong. You know, if the people that are paid on space calls, the people who behave as if they're paid on space calls, the people who represent the shorts on space calls, the people who behave as if they're representing the shorts on space calls, if they're successful at getting this preposterous idea of leading the sheep to slaughter in a 2-day trading period, and Congress grants that, you won't get anything. You'll get a shot at seeing your shares covered at 5 cents a share or a penny a share, and then you're going to be sitting crying in your beer. If, on the other hand, the lawyers that are working so hard, like Richard Hoffman and Mark Bazile and Laura from Florida, if this legal path works, it's going to put such massive pressure on the financial system to settle that you're going to get a big payday. And the other two natural points of pressure, the value of the shares of NextBridge, what your broker dealer owes you, keeps going up, it looks like. I mean, I don't have the internal documents, but from every signal, it looks like the value keeps going up. It costs them every week, every month, every well drilled, every bit of acreage acquired, every bit of certainty that's added to that story is costing your broker dealer a higher price to take care of their obligation to you. And so I notice it's weird, but all of a sudden shares are moving freely. They didn't move for 10 months, and then all of a sudden they're moving. I think it's possible something's going on in the background. So to answer your question, if you leave your MMTLP, which doesn't exist, in your account, you will benefit from the possibility of a lawsuit settlement. You'll benefit from the possibility of the financial system, your broker-dealer, paying you out, and in my opinion, it could be high. You'll benefit from liquidity probably sooner than anything at AST. And you may benefit from, what's the word? I don't know the word, but damages. I don't know the full legal term. But you may benefit from damages above and beyond getting the value of what your shares are worth. On the other hand, you have to take the uncertainty of people like 5 or 6 people on space calls that keep pushing for a disastrous idea, in my judgment, of having 2 days trading, which will make your shares next to worthless. And it'll be like the shorts being Brer Rabbit. Don't throw me into the briar patch. They'll love it. You might run the risk that the Jim Cramers and the Professor Angels and the Tuckers of the world are able to convince Congress that, hey, these were just some greedy traders. We don't need to do anything for them. You might be exposed to the fact that the answer might be simply giving $3 a share back because that's where it closed on Thursday prior to the 9th. You might just be in a situation where only the original shareholders in Torchlight somehow are credited with this. I don't know. There's a lot of uncertainty in the outcomes of what might happen in your account. And then you're going to be held hostage by bullies on space calls from here to when Taylor Swift finally finds a man that doesn't hurt her, if there is one that exists. What you get by going to AST is the certainty of knowing that you have those shares. You give up immediate liquidity, but in my judgment, you could get a return that is greater than any settlement because of the organic growth of the project. And you'll know you have it. You who probably are not an accredited investor, I don't know if you are, but you get to be in a private placement which you wouldn't qualify, you'd never see, and you're in it. And to me, in the oil and gas business, that is the place to be, other than other things like copper or uranium or potash or gold, silver, platinum, land, water, diamonds, hard assets. You're going to be in an industry that can protect your investment if we go into a period of high energy costs, high inflation, depression. This is an asset to be in. That's my judgment. So if you stay with your brokerage firm, you're not keeping Nextbridge. You're just a right to have Nextbridge, which I think could pay out very nicely, by the way. I think it could be a massive payout. You get the chance at liquidity, and you might get a chance at making a decision. Your broker-dealer might call you and say, hey, pal, we're going to give you $5 a share. Are you interested? You might take it. You won't get that over at AST. But man, you're going to be in, if it goes the legal route, it could be 2 to 10 years. Yeah, let me say that again. It could take as long as the tobacco litigation. It could take as long as the asbestos litigation, or not, but you don't know. If it's the broker dealers saying we want to settle this up, it could come as soon as the third quarter or fourth quarter of this year. Why? Because they don't want to be participants in fraud, and they want to take their lumps. They want to take their error while their earnings have been good this year. They don't want to carry it into next year. So it's not a clear-cut decision, but I think for people that have the tolerance of waiting, which most of my audience seems to be Generation Z or M or Millennial or X or something, they're the order it and it's got to be at your door in 20 minutes generation. But if people have a willingness to wait, I think the returns out of owning NextBridge could be truly special. There is risk, though. It's not riskless. So anyway, that's my answer as to that. And then people were asking me about HNRC. HNRC is under pressure. There is shorting going on in it. I've reached out to the CEO. I may be in Williamsburg. I think he lives in Williamsburg. I may be there toward the end of next month, beginning of the following month. I'll try to see him. I happen to believe oil and gas is the place to be. I happen to believe that he's a pretty savvy guy. I happen to believe he's building assets that are going to be worth a lot of money. But the two questions I do not know the answer to: is he going to do a reverse split, and is he going to do a toxic convertible note financing? I don't know the answers to that. I think he may be blind to the risks of doing that in combination, like the CEO of CRTD, the CEO of CLNV. I can't remember all the symbols, but CEO after CEO after CEO after CEO has believed in the chimera of these lying, smiling faces who are fronts for the most devastating crime in the history of the United States, the complete evisceration of the integrity of the United States securities markets, that it, like a cancer, has metastasized from small little greedy sons of bitches to the entire financial system being taken over by a few greedy people at the top of Goldman Sachs, at the top of Citadel, and at the top of SAC, and many others, with fronts like the Lynn Partners, fronts like Savvy, fronts like Yorkville, fronts like Power Up Lending, helping to, every time the federal government prints trillions of dollars. So in a Keynesian fashion, they want to prime the pump. As soon as they start priming the pump, there's a massive hole in the bin where they're pumping everything, and it's just being drained out the bathtub to Germany and to Canada and elsewhere without paying taxes. And because Goldman Sachs has captured the Treasury, the SEC, Congress, and the presidency, it goes on and on and on. And in my judgment, the way to make it stop is make it hurt financially to some of these greedy, evil sons of bitches. And when it happens, even on MSNBC, even on the New York Times front page, even in the Washington Post, they'll have to run a story saying that the United States markets are full of rotted timbers. Termites are in every timber in the foundation of the United States financial markets, in bonds, precious metals, and securities, retirement accounts, teachers' pensions, everywhere. And it's only being held up by one or two beams right now. As soon as it comes out, the whole thing collapses. And that's really frightening for the future of your grandchildren. I think Ham is fighting this. I think Anna, Queen of Trades, has been fighting this. I think all the names Ham said have been fighting. Busy Brands. There's other people that have come in to fight, Avid and Ace and Arca and 100%. Busy, I think I already said. These people are fighting. For some reason, there are people that take the other side? Are these just bullies? Are these people part of the short selling? Are these people just evil? I don't know. But my agenda is pretty basic. You've seen me. I've done a very amateur job of these presentations. I've lost my cool. I've overreacted. But my agenda is simply, I would like you, each of you, to make money in this next squeeze or the following one, if we can. And then don't treat it like money. Treat it like you're a central bank. Get out of debt. Only keep a minimum amount of money in the banking system. Own gold, silver, platinum, if you will. Own your business. Own sources of income. And live where you want to live, surrounded by friends and family, and clean water and cheap transportation, and survive what's coming, because it's going to be just fine on the other end. We live on this beautiful blue planet, and the possibilities of joy and growth and strength are nearly endless on this planet. We just have to get through this corruption and the financial panic that might happen. On the other, panics wear out. They're like hurricanes or tornadoes. There's a fury of action, and then they wear out. I want you on the other side of that with wherewithal, so that you can pick yourself up and be an independent economic engine who can provide for your family, loved ones, and friends, and be, I guess, an island rather than part of the enslaved masses that we might all become. Do you know, around here in D.C., every single property that goes for sale gets bought? And then a year and a half later, it becomes apartments. It's owned by BlackRock or by one of these big funds. So everyone pays rent and they control it. I want you to break out of that cycle and be able to live and speak your own mind, and remind each and every one of us that this is a free country, and we're going to give a free country to your grandchildren. Daphne. Hi, Daphne. I am confused. As a statement, I'll accept your opinion. All right. And would like your clarification on why you think 2 days trading with selling and buying to close position only. Oh, I see. With close position only. Yeah. To full reconciling, a market-based solution. Your comment, I know it's short. It doesn't really have an ending point, but I assume you're saying, why do I think that won't work? Well, you can't create the urgency and the momentum that would have happened, maybe, we don't know, but should have happened on December 9th and December 12th. 1. 2, the system closed down trading for a reason. I think that would have been there. I agree with you. I think that would have been the answer. Let the market sort it. None of us, whether we made money or lost money, would be able to say anything other than there was a huge short position, they manipulated it, we got out, or they didn't manipulate it, we made a profit, but it's over with, and we'd be talking about other things. I agree with you. That is and should have been the solution. But the other half of that solution is they deliver to you shares of NextBridge. So to some people, they're getting that. I got some of mine. So they don't owe me anything on that part, other than maybe pain and suffering or something like that. But I'm not going to be able to argue that there was an opportunity cost to my money since I got the shares, because that was the other half of the deal on those shares. Pain and suffering might be a different thing. Civil penalties might be a different thing. I reserve all my rights. I'm not a lawyer. There is no reason for the shorts to cover their position during 2 days of trading. There is no reason for the shorts to cover their position during 2 days of trading. Okay, the SEC has mandated you bad boys, you shorts. We don't even know who you are. From Germany, you sell through these pipes and we don't even know who you are. We claim that our computers are so behind we can't keep track of you. But you bad boys, you're going to have to cover in 2 days. And if you don't, we're coming to Germany. We're coming to Panama. We're coming to Thailand. We're going to get you. It's insane. It's insanity. There will be no reason for these criminals to cover their shorts. And then you're going to ask, your next question is going to be, what about the broker-dealers? They're going to have to buy in. They're going to have to cover the positions. Why? If they've offered you, and this is the trap, Daphne, I think maybe it's Greg McCabe, but they're blaring out to you that you have a right to move your shares over to AST. If you didn't do it, they're going to argue in court. They're going to argue to the SEC, hey, we gave them a chance. They didn't take it. That's going to be one argument. The biggest reason I don't think it's going to work is, what's the cost if they don't cover? You believe, by the nature of your question, that the market will have all these buyers competing pell-mell, climbing all over like a Black Friday sale, climbing all over each other to buy back the shares because it's only 2 days. Well, these are pros. These aren't retail. They won't bid up. They'll work in concert with each other. They will work in concert with each other. At least the big ones will. You might have a few of the smaller broker-dealers say, you know what, I'm just going to go buy. Pay $1, pay 50 cents, pay $5. But the big boys, they'll hold it out. They won't raise it. They'll collude with each other, and you won't see a panic. And what happens if they don't buy it all? Hey, SEC, we did our best, but we still have an open position. Are they all of a sudden going to be honest and show their books? They just say, hey, we don't know what happened. Our systems failed. We did the best we could. We don't know who the sellers were. Here's our best information. You can go after them. They're sitting in Munich or Bonn. Then the SEC is going to say something. Oh, well, we're going to give you a penalty. Goldman Sachs was fined $3 million for 6 million they inadvertently had left a line of code out of their computers. So there were 6 million trades, not volume of shares. 6 million trades, they were fined $3 million. Half a penny per trade. Each trade could be 100 million shares. So do you think that that's going to cause shiver me timbers, fear in the broker dealers and the prime brokers to buy back? If they don't, they're going to get a penalty and it'll be buried in the news 2 years later. The SEC has announced today that they fined Wells Fargo for its inadvertent failure to close the outstanding shares of MMTLP in the 2-day trading window, which was given for them to do so. Wells Fargo denies complicity and denies wrongdoing, and the SEC has agreed to remove all charges, and the fine is $1 million. It's not confusing, Daphne. I think there's a lot of people out there that are being intentionally obtuse. I'm sure you're not one of them. But they're intentionally trying to get people thinking this is a solution. There were 2 days to trade that might have led to a short squeeze or not, because frankly, we don't know. That's gone. The shorts won that round. You can't get that back. The first time you open up a can of tennis balls, it goes and it has that great smell. Well, if your brother did it before you got to the court, you can't do it again. It's gone. You can play with the balls, but you can't get it. You can't get it back. Your girlfriend, if these things matter to you, has been faithful to you, and then all of a sudden another guy comes in and she slept with him. Well, you can't get it back to where it was before she slept with him. If she comes back to you, you've got a complicated choice. But you can't go back to having a short squeeze. You call it market forces. I'll take you at your description. What is going to cause the frenetic buying? I don't see it. I just don't see it. The SEC, we're going to crack our whip. You better buy, you naughty boys and girls. That's not going to do it. That's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. And if that's how you choose to have a solution, you go to Congress, who I've been informed can't do it. It can't cause that to happen anyway. But if you go to Congress and Congress gets the SEC, and perhaps it needs a federal judge, according to Mark Bazile yesterday, and they actually organize 2 days trading. Let me ask you something. Is it going to be designed by a federal judge to potentially destroy a prime broker? Is a federal judge going to come out and say, you know, these shareholders were cheated of a short squeeze? And then she's going to say, I'm going to set this up so the stock can go to $2,000 and put the financial system on the brink of failure. Or is she going to say, you know what? The job of this court is to make sure that there's equitable recompense. I don't know the terms. I'm not a lawyer. It's not the job of this court to give investors outsized gains. So we're going to open it up for trading. But, you know, I'm going to accept the criminal's proposal on the framework for that trading. Yesterday on the call, it was suggested to me that there are safeguards that only one person knows about. Well, I don't know what they would be. And I don't think it matters, because there's not a risk enough of infinite loss. And there won't be. When it's set up, they will not set it up so that short sellers can have infinite loss. The judge won't go along with it. The regulators won't go along with it. Public opinion won't go along with it. They're going to be, most of the public's going to say, why should we help the speculators? And so if you go to Congress and they offer this as the solution, Daphne, and then you end up with 50 cents a share, you're going to be standing there and say, hey, this is unfair. We were supposed to get a squeeze December 9th and December 12th. And all I got was 50 cents? I want my squeeze. Well, we gave you what you asked for, and it didn't work. What more? We've got to move on to the nation's business. We've got to do the people's business. No, Daphne. There are no market forces there. You're using terms to describe what should have been. And I think that's fair enough. I think you're right. It should have been. But there won't be any market forces. It's going to be a sterile environment. Okay, we'll open up trading on October 15th. We're going to close it on October 17th. We're going to give MMTLP, which is not a company, has no assets, doesn't exist on October 16th, and won't exist on October 19th. We're going to give it a trading symbol for the span of 2 days. Rush right in. Make sure you don't miss it. Come see the activity. Rush right in. The buyers are going to buy. They need to buy on the 16th and the 17th, because if they don't, what if they don't? What if they don't buy? What happens if they don't buy? And the sellers, they're going to be selling, because if they don't sell on the 15th and the 16th, well, there's the rub. If you don't sell on the 15th and the 16th, you get nothing. That was your chance. If you don't sell, there's nothing left. So the sellers are in the position where if they don't sell, hey, you took your chances. It didn't work out. Or it did. Maybe I'm wrong. But if you don't sell, there's nothing left to do, because we told you had to sell in those 2 days. All right, so now let's think about what you're saying about market forces. If the buyers know that Daphne and Bill have to sell all of their shares in those 2 days, or they get nothing, what is the incentive for the buyers to ramp up the price? They're just going to keep their bid low. Put it out there at 10 cents. If they don't sell, they get nothing. Just wait. As it gets closer to the last hour, I'm sure Bill will sell and Daphne will sell. What's their choice? They'll get zero otherwise. Now, it's a completely misguided concept. It's completely misguided. And I'll go so far to say, Daphne, and I'm not accusing you, I think it's put forth by the shorts. I think it's put forth to confuse retail into thinking that this is the solution. I think it's put forth with all the wording. Hey, it's free market. Hey, it's market forces. Hey, it's buying and selling. Close only. There's no teeth in it. It's an old man who's taken his dentures out and he's chomping his gums. There's nothing there. No, it's a ploy to slaughter retail. And it's a way that the shorts can walk away from massive losses by turning their naked position in MMTLP into nothingness. And if you don't do it, there's no liability on the part of the firms. They gave you what you wanted. It is a primrose path. It is a conveyor belt to the slaughterhouse. And no, I'm not confused at all. And yes, yesterday on the call, I was called out for not knowing who the CEO of this stock that I have here is. And you know, when I got my certificate, I read his name. I can't read that name, but I should have recognized it. I can certainly pick out the Clifton, but I didn't recognize it. Well, you shouldn't have an opinion. You don't know the CEO's name. And then someone called in with a dulcet toned accent and said, well, what about what IBKR did? And what about the S1? And have you ever heard of two S1s? None of that's relevant to what I'm saying here today. Yes, I asked, what were the S1s? I knew both of those S1s were out there, but I asked to hear what he thought about it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And the idea that IBKR said we're going to do this automatically, they're just doing what the corporate action called for in the first instance. You either get Nexbridge, you either get trading, or you get Nexbridge. The guy says he wasn't notified. Well, he found out about it in time to call, and then they flipped it to where it was, you're going to automatically keep your shares here. Obviously, to me, they ran out of shares to distribute. It's all unpleasant. The fraud is from these criminals, which, Daphne, I do not understand how human beings take the side of defending these criminals who sold trillions of dollars worth of shares. Just one broker dealer in the article with the toad on front, 27 trillion. Just one broker dealer offshore in 1 year, 27 trillion. I do not understand how human beings can put themselves in a position of defending these people. But short squeezes come out of the blue. You're absolutely right. It's more buying than selling. But when they set up a sterile environment, it's just not going to work. There's no reason for the shorts to panic buy. And they won't panic buy. They will not panic buy. And if you don't think they all talk to each other beforehand, and they say to themselves, okay, it's close only, and the regulators have told us we have to close it out at the end of 2 days. But they've also told retail if they don't sell their shares by the end of 2 days, they have nothing. If you don't think they're all going to talk to each other and say, let's trade it in a range so it looks like there was some buying and selling. Let's trade it from 50 cents to $5. Nobody bid over 5. And after the first day, nobody bid over 2. And in the last 3 hours of trading, nobody bid over 50 cents, 25 cents. That's what'll happen. And I think it'll be a hell of a price to pay for these tropes of, hey, it's free market. Hey, it's buy and sell. Hey, it's a market mechanism. Hey, it's closing transactions only. These are words from liars. Liars. Devils. devils trying to convince you to walk into an abattoir voluntarily? The answer is stop whining, and urgently, we need an answer now. Stop that, because that's emotions. Take a gander at the situation. There's fraud. There's Gensler shares. I call them Gensler shares simply because to say shorts confuses it with legitimate shorts. There are legitimate shorts in the world where they borrow stock and they locate the shares and they pay a price. But they use the same word for naked shorts to confuse everybody. These are Gensler shares. Created, non-existent shares created fraudulently. And in the case of MMTLP, it shouldn't have been traded at all. Well, these guys are caught out to hundreds of millions, if not billions of shares, hundreds of billions of shares that they've sold that don't exist. They want you to accept this idiotic proposal. Ask Congress, when Congress can't do it anyway. Ask Congress for 2 days of trading, because they're going to manipulate that to next to nothing. The people recommending this are working for the shorts, in my judgment. And I don't, by the way, Daphne, I don't gain anything out of taking this. In fact, I'm being attacked because I take this stance. I don't benefit from taking this stance. I already have my one block of shares at AST. Doesn't change it for me. I do have shares in the IRA in my head. I know that if it's 2 days of trading, I can write it off. I'm going to get zipped back. If, on the other hand, you allow the legal process to continue, and you allow NextBridge to continue to grow, the pressures are going to build up on the broker-dealers, the prime brokers. Criminals are criminal, but the pressures are going to build up to the extent they're saying, hey, wait a minute. We could have had a short squeeze a year ago, and it might have cost us an average of $180 a share. Sure, some people got a $10,000, but a lot of people got out at $5. But now we're talking about a settlement that's $800 a share at a minimum. Let's just get this solved. So the pressure of increasing cost. Remember, Daphne, their obligation is to deliver 1 share of NextBridge for every share of MMTLP you bought. That's their obligation. Yes, there was supposed to be 2 days trading, but that's not the obligation of the broker-dealers. That's FINRA. That's not an obligation of the broker-dealers. Broker-dealers only have the obligation of giving you shares. And that's what's happening right now. And some people aren't taking them. That's their obligation. If it goes to court, they're going to argue, well, we gave them a chance. They didn't take it. That's what lawyers are going to argue. But it's, if they can't give you those shares, I'm not a lawyer, but if you enter into a contract with someone to buy something, and that something doesn't exist any longer, then the legal system has to come up with a value to replace that in cash. That's what the legal system will try to find out, minus 40% for the lawyers. They might get the full value plus 40% for the lawyers. But that's yet to be revealed. But the financial system, they don't want discovery. They do not want to be accused of fraud. They don't want their clients leaving Charles Schwab pell-mell because Charles Schwab has decided to go along with the fraud. The SEC and Goldman Sachs and the Treasury Department don't want the public to find out that everything that's in their 401k is an IOU. As these greedy men and women at the top of Wall Street banks tried to emulate fractional reserve banking and created, for lack of a better term, fractional reserve securities. But securities aren't fungible like cash. They put the whole system at risk. But they don't want the world to know that. Let me give you one example. Petrodollars. As the Saudis, the Emiratis bring in massive amount of currency in return for a real product, oil, where do they put the money? They mostly put it back into U.S. securities, or used to anyway. It's changing right now. But they used to put it in U.S. bonds, U.S. stock markets, and even U.S. maybe private assets, but in dollar denominations. What happens if they start realizing that the United States markets are not transparent, are not deep, and even more, that what's in their accounts is not real? They're going to sell oil for counterfeit shares? No way. No way. And all of a sudden, oil's not priced in dollars anymore. And I know that's going on now. The idea of 2 days trading is a proposal, in my judgment, made by the short sellers, and the people advocating it are working for the short sellers. It's possible they don't realize it, but I think they do realize it, in my judgment. And Daphne, it'll be a disaster. But if you want to go down that route, look, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. If you guys convince everyone to go that way, bravo. So the shorts will have won over the last 8 years of criminally selling Torchlight, MMAT, fraudulently creating MMTLP as a trading vehicle, shorting that. They will have won in that round. And then they will have won in the round of not allowing trading on the 9th and the 12th. And then they'll win in the 2 days trading by making MMTLP worthless permanently. There'll be no closing transactions. They won't pay taxes on their ill-gotten gains. But for the shares that actually covered during the 2 days, I think the average price will be a nickel, 10 cents, 25 cents. The rest of the people say, I'm so disgusted I'm not selling. Well, what do you get after the door closes on the third day? You have no right to anything. You can't sue. You can't sell. MMTLP isn't anything. It's not a company. And the shorts will love it because all of the hundreds of millions, if not tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of shares they've sold will suddenly just, along with MMTLP, stop. They won't exist after those 2 days trading. And that is the trap, Daphne, that you're going to walk into if you continue to support what the short sellers are recommending to the community. Now, it's my judgment, but you asked me, and there's no question to me, in my mind, that the amount of monies here are so massive that the shorts are manipulating the conversation, that there are people paid off by the shorts, that there are people who are the shorts who are in our conversations trying to drive this solution because it benefits the shorts. Now, that's my opinion. I've thought about it a lot. I stand by my opinion. I could be wrong. The answer is not 2 days trading. That's gone. The answer is, hey, broker dealer, where are my shares? You took my money. You said that I had gotten settlement, and instead it's counterfeit. Where are my shares? Well, our systems didn't pick up that the other side of the trade didn't deliver. Did you follow up on it? Well, we did, but normally, eventually it resolves itself, and so our computers didn't give us any warning, and Bob Newboy running margin didn't pick up on it, and we're embarrassed. We just can't do anything at this time. Well, that's not good enough, Mr. Broker Dealer. I gave you cash. You told me that I was going to get shares. Well, what do you think? What do you think we owe you? Well, you owe us a short squeeze. Well, no. We checked with FINRA. It was FINRA who stopped trading. We've taken a look at the corporate action, and what you say we owe, and we're not agreeing, is we owe certificate shares of NextBridge. Now, we have here in our record that we notified you that you had an opportunity to move your shares in July and August over to NextBridge, but you didn't take advantage of it. Can you explain that to us, ma'am? You're under oath. Well, I was waiting for 2 days of trading. Well, that never eventualized, but we did offer this to you. Why didn't you take it? Okay, the court says, be that as it may, you still owe those shares, Mr. Short and Mr. Broker Dealer. But, Your Honor, the shares don't exist anymore. There aren't any shares. We can't deliver the shares. And Her Honor says, well, then you know what? You're going to have to pay these clients the value of those shares, plus civil penalties, plus maybe criminal penalties, plus pain and suffering, or I'm going to put you out of business. Well, Your Honor, how do we come up with that value? I mean, the stock was trading at $3 on the last day. Come on, Your Honor. These are just greedy traders that were in it for a short squeeze. Your Honor. Look, that's already been discussed. You owe Daphne the value of one share, undiluted, of NextBridge in return for the money she put up. Well, how do we figure that out? Well, I tell you what. The court is going to give you 60 days to hire an agreed, or maybe it's 90 days, an agreed third-party engineer from this list: Netherland and Sewell, Ryder Scott, Gustafson. Those are the three I can think of. Maybe there's a couple more. You pick one of those. You get an engineering report. I'll give you 90 days to bring it in. You take the risk if the value goes up over those 90 days. But you go out, you get the engineering report. Yeah, but the other side, the shareholders want it now. Well, there is no now. There is no now in this. So the judge says, all right, you got 90 days. And if it doesn't come in, I'm putting you out of business. I'm going to take the license away from Charles Schwab. Okay, so they go out and they hire Netherland and Sewell. And the value comes back. I'm bad at arithmetic off the top of my head. But let's just divide it out into undiluted shares. The value comes back at $1,500 a share. It's possible. I run all my numbers on 5 billion barrels of oil. There might be 10 billion barrels. There might be 15 billion in the engineering report. The natural gas might catch a bid by the time that's done, and there might be 30 TCF of natural gas. No. They come back, it's $1,500 a share. And the pressure is on. The other side, the broker-dealers are sweating bullets. And the lawyers start calling your lawyers. Hey, we want to settle. We'll give you $800 a share. Well, the judge said the engineering report has to go to all sides. 800, you're kidding. We'll take 2,000. Well, 2,000 is ridiculous. That's not what the report says. Well, are you offering what the report says? That's the trap. Okay, we'll take $1,500 a share. That's where you get paid. It's the only way you get paid. And it's going to go that way. Whether it's driven by the legal system or the financial system comes to their senses and realizes their obligation, or the entire markets collapse. That's the way it's going to come. 2 days of trading is get behind me, Satan. It's the devil talking. Okay, that's my long answer, Daphne. About 1,000 more logic. I think that's great. Let's go through some of the prices. Let's go through some of the prices. Finger is 507 to 512. 201,000 shares. I think Finger's on the verge of moving. The problem is, just like in July, just like in June, we're running out of time on the calls. That's the problem. But I don't think the shorts are going to be able to keep the price down next week. You got to remember a couple things. Finger essentially announced they fired Lynn Partners and Benchmark on August 1. It may have happened sooner than that, earlier than that. But it's been a month. Finger needs capital to grow. What are the odds they don't have a replacement financial partner? I think it's very low. I think they have a replacement. Secondly, they used West Christian and Sharontel to get out of the toxic convertible note that Jeff Easton created at the Lind Partners. He said he syndicated it to 4 players, 4 clients. That doesn't absolve him of his sin. But what are the odds that Michael Shen's going to enter into another crappy, toxic convertible note issued by devils themselves? It's very low. I think you put 2 and 2 together, there's going to be a new financial partner, and it's going to be a plain vanilla financing. It may not be right away. It might be spread out over a period of time. But I think those are real positives. The third thing about Finger, They will have earnings, I think, September 24th, or maybe it'll be in the beginning of October. That should be positive. Positive. China's come out of the COVID lockdown. Yes, there's a recession on, but you've got over 1 billion telephones. And that's the business, mobile telephones. When you're sick, when you're depressed, and you withdraw to your bedroom, you're not driving, you're not shopping, you're not going out to dinner, but you're looking at your phone and you're making phone calls. So I think earnings are going to surprise massively. All these hit pieces that talk about burn rates and not having a path to cash flow, I think they're going to be shocked at how good the earnings are. And then you've got the fundamental story, and I'll just focus on one part of it, 5G. China has built out 5G in most of their provinces. That means everyone's buying new phones. When they buy the phones include the price, or the plans they buy include the price of quote unquote Apple Care. Finger Motion gets 25% of that annual cost. 25% just for organizing the Apple Care with the phone owner, the phone buyer. It's a massive source of revenue that's about to come on. Also, the Sapientus big data, they're in their second phase. They've set up a laboratory. They have scientists, which are basically, I'm sure, mathematicians, figuring out how to put this big data to use for Munich Re and Pacific Re. When they start monetizing that toward the end of this year, it's going to be astonishing. And then also related to 5G is this RCM, rich content messaging videos, beautiful, moving advertisements that go across people's phones that corporations pay for. It's going to be massive. The fundamental story is going to blow the shorts out of the water. The stock's over $5. Institutions are going to buy. Finger Motion is the next darling of the internet world. Anyway, it's $5, 505, 508 now, 224,000. Logic. Unbelievable. 25 cents, 26 cents. Logic, Brent's son, introduced the rumored whales who are looking around Finger, some of them, not the prime mover. There's plenty of other whales that I'm sure he'll get to meet, but he didn't do. He introduced them. Well, guess what? Those whales, therefore, are looking at Logic and GoLogic. You ever thought of that? I already bored you with the story on Logic that we're waiting on SEC approval. That gives you a chance to add to your position. I mean, I know it's also a good time to complain and say, hey, you told us it'd be this week. Yeah, okay. But that's not professional. Professionals look at their position and say, darn it, I still believe in it. The news hasn't changed. They are going to get approval. What's changed is time. It's a delay. But I'm willing to stay in it. I'm willing to add to my position. Otherwise, you should get out. If you're not willing to wait, you should just get out. But I don't recommend it. You've got 25 cents now. Do you know that you could get 10 times multiple simply by the reverse merger going into the shell being worth 75 cents and the collective audience, the de-SPACed data logic, being worth $2. a share. 275. You made 10x. All right, that's logic. Same thing applies to GoLogic, but I don't know enough of the mechanisms. But you've got 51 cents there. That could be $4 or $5 by the end of the year in the combined value. So that's got a good story there. ASPA is trading at 10.90. I think that SPAC could trade up to $20, $30, or even $40 a share once the approval comes in, because there could be a miniature short squeeze. That's a projection, not a promise. I don't know why MULN's on my screen. 46 cents. I don't know. That's going to be a slug. GNS is on my screen. $1.06. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about GNS. They did a deal last time with the shorts, but my guess that was to get out of a previous deal. So it's unlikely they'll do a deal this time. I don't know what to say about GNS. And I don't think it's worth getting distracted by it. I think all the focus should be on Finger right now. And Northwest Biotherapeutics, I put up, it's 57 cents. Here's my take on that stock. They got terrible financings. Whenever there's approval, it means they need capital. I think they're screwed every which way but loose. However, if it is true that they finally cracked the code, they could get a buyout of the company by a major at some point, and the major might buy that technology for what it's really worth, not what the stock is trading for. And that would be why I would own that stock, is hoping for a buyout that solves the horrible financial, the horrible pain they're going through in their share prices. The shorting, the criminality. All right, let me see if there's one more. Those are all the stocks I have on my screen. Let's look at Finger. 508, 507, by 509, 227. Let's go look on the SEC. And let's check and see if anything's come in on the ASPA approval, the SPAC approval for Logic. It's not. August 31, prospectuses and communications business combinations. Let's see what that says. A merger agreement. As previously discussed on September 9th, Aubrey entered into a merger agreement by and among, Logic, Data Logic. As previously discussed, participation, forward-looking statements. Fourth Amendment. So it's a Fourth Amendment. So that's not approval. But it's good. Maybe that's why it took a little bit of delay. Maybe there was yet another comment. But that's good. That's there. All right, let's look and see if there's anything going on with Finger. Nope. They put their annual report up, but that's not what we needed. All right. Dips Patel. If 500 million shorts and there are 106 million, then every stock needs to buy. Well, tips. I mean, I'm TAS. Yeah, but I suggest to you and Daphne and Drew Diligence and Gray and Go Ore Grande and several other people that we're seeing it through our own rose-colored glasses. If there's a billion shares out there of MMTLP that need to be covered, and screw the 165 million shares, they're gone. There's just a billion shares that have to be covered. It's a non-existent company. The penalty of not covering is going to be a parking ticket. And they're going to collude with each other. I'll leave it at that, just to not repeat myself on everything else I said. Brett Montgomery, NWBO. I've been in it for 3 years. It will logically be bought out by Merck. Merck had an employee, Duffy, there a few years ago working in a lab. No FDA approval. That's very good information. I tried to buy LOGQ. I assume you mean LGIQ, unless you mean GO. It's all confusing. I assume you mean Logic. At a price of 21 cents. Well, that's the wrong symbol. The symbol is LGIQ. Let me write it down. Right now, Logic is trading. I'll show you. Logic is trading 26 to 27 cents. That's the symbol. LGIQ. LGIQ. I don't know why they'd say you couldn't trade it, because there it is, Susie Q. Hey, Susie. Susie Q. T-Strup, that was who I was talking to. GNS was an attempt to distract from Finger. That's my guess, David. Finger, MMAT, MMTLP, NextBridge, come one. Have many shorts need to be closed 2 days trading. Guys, the shorts won't need to close at a high price. Yes, they may need to close, but it won't need to be at a high price. They just need to stay at... I don't know if people are just being thick-headed or if there's something wrong with me. But on December 9th and December 12th, potentially, which was already... Let's go back. December 8th was the last day to trade to earn the dividend. The shorts weren't scared. They weren't petrified. In fact, they sold it down. So there was no squeeze in that last day. And why did I pay what I paid? I could have waited. So there was no short squeeze on the last day of being effective. The effective date. And then we're talking about the 2 days afterward, where institutions would have had to trade either same day settlement or, in the case on Friday, next day settlement, which is unusual. If retail traded, if you sold your shares on the Friday or the Monday, it wouldn't solve the problem for the shorts because the shares you sold were ex-dividend, were ex the rights. Now, possibly you could get on the phone to your back office with the 13-year-old that you are speaking to and say, I'm willing to sell my shares with my rights. In other words, I'm willing to sell it trade date +1 on Friday, and I'm willing to sell it on Monday, trade date. But lots of luck. That's something we used to be able to do by writing it on our ticket. There are no people down there anymore. Lots of luck if you could have gotten that done. But your question is, they have to cover. It's just like GTII. It's just like Finger. BS. MMTLP is not a company. It's an ex-parrot. It's gone to join the choir invisible. The only reason it's standing on the perch is because it's been nailed there. MMTLP is an ex-parrot. The others are still companies. So finish your thought. Finish your thought. They're going to have to cover. Okay. What's the rest of the thought? They need to cover at a high price. Really? Really? They drove it down on the last day of trading to qualify for the dividend. They're really going to have to drive the price up to cover? That's, my friend, where you and I differ. I think they'll be able to cover all day long for pennies. Or not at all, because retail will be so pissed off and disgusted they don't even sell. And then after 2 days, the obligation is это всё. Хорошо. До свидания. Logic is 26 cents. I would say if anybody's out there thinking about buying Finger, that these are pretty nice prices. 313, look, picking up volume, picking up steam. Well, I fooled you. I've got all pig iron. The Rock Island line is a mighty fine line. GTII 500, I don't know. Ricky, my feeling on GTII right now is there's going to be a lot of selling between $3 and $7. But each of those people can only sell once, and there's 400 million shares to buy. So yeah, I think it could be $500 in an hour. But it's not the same as it was a year ago. There's more stock out. There's 92 million shares out. Most of it restricted, by the way. So in a way, it doesn't change at all. And that's as opposed to, I'm trying to remember now, there's so many stories. I think when I first got involved, it was around 20 million, 25 million in the float. That may be still an accurate representation of the float in GTI, maybe 35, 40 million. with 400 million to buy back, it's a massive number. You've got the restricted dividend. There's all sorts of things. So yes, it can go to 500 in a spike. I like that jam, the second best. Jimmy Connors? Jimmy Cotta? Jesus Christ? Jane Curtin? I don't know what JC stands for. 519.99, 317,000 shares, 6 minutes to go. Yes, you could see GTII at 500. Are FINRA and SEC one? No, but they behave as one. FINRA is a stepchild of the SEC, but FINRA is a public company, believe it or not. And it used to be the NASD. They changed it to FINRA. And their job is to oversee the members, the broker-dealers, for example. And they report to the SEC. The SEC currently is chaired by a mouse. He could stop all of this by enforcing existing rules. But he's not there to protect you. He's there to protect Goldman Sachs. Well, Dos Equis, they may have known. They may have known. But it doesn't mean FINRA did it for them. I think FINRA stopped trading because they were overwhelmed. There's 105 broker-dealers, and not every broker-dealer is corrupt. And they're just saying, hey, we don't have enough time. You didn't give us enough time to resolve this situation. We're not going to buy in unless you give us a cover letter that absolves us in the case of lawsuits. That's my opinion. And, it's like my nose. I've got one of them that's different than yours. David Sukamel. Right on, William. I don't trust that the criminals would ever set up a fair trading for MMTLP. That says it all. Brett. I already read that one. Dips Patel. Jonathan Smith. No rush to transfer to AST. We have plenty of time. After the S1 is approved, you still need 60 days. And yes, exactly, Mike Whitaker. You are letting the broker off the hook. That's the trade-off. You're absolutely right. They will no longer owe you a thing. You're absolutely right. But for me, I think the shares will be worth more than the settlement. Pete, I submitted mine. It took months. And then all of us, I had to keep calling. And one thing, Pete, make sure they've moved it out of margin to cash. Well, we couldn't transfer it because it's in the margin account. And, well, why didn't you tell me that? Could you just move it? And then well, let me see. That's going to take a little while. Just it'll happen. Unless Fidelity doesn't, I think Fidelity's one of the companies in trouble. They may not have enough shares. Newco is what you get, not Nextbridge? There isn't a company. What are the assets? What's the management? You want it? Maybe all of us can just go get MMTLP. That'll be our company. And, We'll go drill for oil. There's a lot of uncertainty. What's up? What's the update with Logic? I think I just gave it. The main bottom line is the approval was expected this week. I've heard that it's now expected next week. It's possible there was yet again, it's always possible that the SEC came back for clarification. It's more likely, that could have happened, but it's more likely that it's just simply vacation. People are on vacation. So what normally gets done in 10 days got extended until after everyone comes back after the holiday. Anyway, it's going to be next week. It looks like. It's a prediction, not a promise. To put more money into trading without suing the broker dealer might be the best bet. Any update on GTII? The model of GTII, all right, let's just, look, by the way, it's all my opinion. I could be totally wrong. But I don't think so. Trying to see Skydog. Has the cutoff passed? I'm moving to... No, it hasn't passed, Skydog. It hasn't passed. In fact, it hasn't even started yet. It starts, 60-day count starts once the S1 is approved. But is that S1 going to be approved? I don't know. We finally have a date for SEC. Thank you, Anna, Queen of Trades, and everybody else. Hi, Sada Aman. If there's 2 days of trading, what would happen at AST? Well, we wouldn't be able to participate. But, Sada, there isn't going to be 2 days of trading. It's not going to happen. Congress can't do it. There's no judge that's going to rule for it. It's just not going to happen. It's a distraction. Everybody wants to be a millionaire. And all the girls want to date a baller, 6'2" or taller. All right, we closed at 527 on 376,000 shares. They immediately drove it down 12 cents. Wow. That's pretty good close on the day. Sadaman, you're in the right place. If you're at AST, please, you're in the right place. You're in the right place. If there were trading in this cockamamie scheme, you wouldn't make the money. Now, Sadaman, if broker dealers offer their clients to buy back the shares, it'll be at low prices. If there's a financial settlement, I think it will include something for everyone that's at AST as well. Why? Because the big players are not going to agree a settlement unless everybody's taken care of. Just my opinion. So you're okay. You're okay. It's safer to have your shares at AST. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. my overpriced shares where my mouth is. Closed at 527. Okay, but Sadaman, through Anna, you and I can talk if you'd like. I think you've done the right thing. Hi, Daphne. I seem like a nice person. Well, you should see me after the camera's off. Now it's 5:27 on Finger. Okay, any update on GTII? GTII is in the business of incubating companies, or it's in the business of being sort of an active SPAC almost. They acquire companies in exchange for shares, and then they get the financing and the reporting, the financial reporting. They get the companies lined up to launch as their own public company. Once that happens, it might take a year, it might take 2 years. They keep a remainder, maybe 5, maybe 10, maybe 15%, and all the shares are returned to the Treasury. That's the strategy behind GTII. That's their modus operandi. So they continue. They just announced the water deal, which I think has massive upside. I have to follow up on that. But in my neck of the world, with my clientele, August is just nothing. They're all in south of France. But I think GTII continues to. They just announced this AI company, and then I think they continue to look at companies. So that's one update. That process is ongoing. In terms of the Trento mine, I think that's still out there, but the same things apply. Holiday season in Spain, South America, the rest of the world takes weeks off every year. In America, we're lucky if we take 2 weeks off. Holiday, I expect that to speed back up. Trento mine is still on the plate. Thirdly, everyone asks about it, ad infinitum. I don't know if people are just intentionally missing the point or if I'm just the worst teacher in the world. GTII issued a dividend, restricted shares, to try to catch out the system. Why? Wes Christian is watching. Why? If Fidelity converts a restricted share into an IOU in your account, Fidelity has committed securities fraud. Right in daylight. The argument is they're not going to do that. The argument is they're going to go buy the shares. Buy in. It could cost a squeeze. Maybe it won't. But you got to give credit to GTII to keep trying things to enforce the existing laws on the books that you have to settle trades. Gary Gensler is not going to enforce the laws. Gary Gensler is not going to make sure trades are settled. Gary Gensler encourages fraud. GTII is taking matters as legally as best they can to cause it. So you still have the potential of the dividend causing a squeeze. And finally, I don't know how many times I have to say it, these are like two suns rotating in a solar system. As soon as Finger moves, I think GTI moves. Maybe there's a delay. It's the same investors primarily. If the whales make a fortune in Finger, they are the predominant investors in GTII. Where do you think they're going to go with their money? GTII remains the victim of John Hurry and Justine Hurry at Scottsdale Capital and Alpine. Buy records in court. The FBI is going after fraudulent behavior. There's whistleblowers out there. Wes Christian has gone after 50 market makers. Apparently one of them is willing to settle. All of this takes time. You want instant? You can't handle the truth. No, you can't handle waiting. But courts are all about slow. 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 And that's where it is right now. The only thing that's going to make it go quickly is when the price goes up. And who can do that? Whales, after they make money and finger. That's my GTI update. I don't have mine yet. Got the HNRC shares, but if I got any, they're tradable. Don't understand that. Ring my bell. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. Ring it. Ring it. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. Waiting for the S1. I'm waiting to be in the audience when you beat Ham. I'm not sure you can beat Ham, but we'll see what happens. All right, the volume's 376,000. It's 410. Let's go to the tape. Nada. Let's go to ASPA. Nada. So I guess we have to wait till after the holiday. Oh, I see on the GTII side. I see. Well, if you're in finger, Steve, and little RD for, if that's what you're talking about, limit orders, just do them daily. I keep saying that. I've never tried it myself. But if they don't take GTC orders, just do daily orders. I haven't heard that song since the 8th grade. Now I know how old you are. And you know what, Rigatoni? I liked that song. It's the stupidest song ever, but I liked it. All right, Anna just sent me something. I want to see what it says. Wow, somebody took over my original account. See, this is not me. This is what my original account was, or something similar. Well, they don't have the dot. Yeah, no, that's what it originally was. But now, what happened is I said something like, the shorts, this is going to red drum the shorts. Or this is going to, I don't know how to say that word without saying it again. This is going to, krill, like the fish, the shrimp, krill the shorts. But I used the real word, and they said you can't, that's violence. Because I guess I'm a white straight male. If I use that word, I'm prone to some behavior out of order. So I got blocked on Twitter, and I kept trying to rejoin, and then finally They wouldn't let me redo it. But finally they gave me the handle with the number 1 in it. So okay. Unbelievable. So what Anna sent, she tweeted earlier, we finally have a date for the SEC briefing the afternoon of September 5th, which is, guess what, next week. Yesterday, during a Zoom call with Congress and John Berta, several other community members and myself kept the focus simple. We want Congress to get the aggregated share count. Please call Congress. So that was Anna's hard work yesterday. And then I got something else from the hamster. Let me see what it is. Insider Financial. Wow, Insider Financial. Short sellers finger cash burn rate to paint insolvency risk. Let me read it to you. This is finger motion was targeted by a short and distort article by Simply Wall Street that indicated their cash burn rate was concerning and that the company would need to raise more money or face insolvency risk. If this article didn't have such a dramatic impact on the stock short term, this would have been a laughable moment. Unfortunately for the longs, the timing was such that the stock was at the top of a major technical channel and ready to break out, according to YouTube influencer, avid trader. Flawed cash burn analysis. Aww. When looking at the cash component of the business, this distort artist seems to have no idea what the company does. The company uses its cash hoard to fund the receivables of prepaid mobile recharge business. This is a very capital intensive business, and a case could be made that if they are not employing maximum cash, then they are not maximizing revenues. So looking, and by the way, it doesn't say it here, there's no risk in it. There's no risk in it. So looking at cash burn has zero utility in understanding the financial performance of the company. Another point is that the short doesn't take into account some of the one-time uses of cash, like the massive loan payment to the Lind partners to pay off their convertible note. The analysis is so shoddy that they use the prior year burn rate to forecast future years' burn rates. You have to give them an A in the category of cherry picking data. No bankruptcy threat. The other notion that they attempt to make, the shorts, is that Finger is on the verge of bankruptcy if they don't get cash in the door soon. The company has cash and receivables, and then they have the prepaid deposits. All of these asset classes are very safe and turn into cash quickly. All investors need to do is to look at the balance sheet and ask themselves, do you feel lucky? Well, do you, punk? if this looks like a company on the verge of bankruptcy. The truth is in black and white and not part of a short and distort article. Total assets, $17.5 million. February 28th, 2023. Based on the last quarterly report, the cash burn rate was about $270,000 and has been improving quarter over quarter, in other words, going down. To make the arithmetic simple, assume finger guidance to be cash flow, assume that the finger guidance to be cash flow positive this year is wrong, and instead of 6 months, it takes 12 months. That translates into $3 million, which would be needed, assuming $250,000 a month. Look at the balance sheet above, and it's clear. If Finger, paraphrasing, if Finger were to burn $3 million over the next year, they have $17.5 million in short-term safe assets. It's not going bankrupt. But guess what? The SEC doesn't care. Gary Gensler doesn't care. If criminals put out false, fraudulent information, because Gary Gensler wants these stocks to go down. He wants to destroy the over-the-counter markets. He doesn't want Goldman Sachs to have the competition of a vibrant capital formation alternative to the red sock, pinky finger wearing, ring wearing, Goldman Sachs overpaid bankers that are his buddies. He doesn't want an alternative to that. He also wants the hedge funds to make outsized returns by destroying companies. The problem is Gary Gensler and Goldman Sachs. No immediate need for cash. The short continues his argument that the company might have a hard time raising money, citing that their high cash burn rate will signal to investors that they need to raise more money from criminals like the Lynn partners. I added that part. And that this signal will put downward price pressure on the stock price. If the company needed cash, then why on earth did they repay the Lynn partner criminals? I'm paraphrasing. This was a toxic lender. The author doesn't get into this detail because, quite frankly, they don't have a clue about what they're analyzing, or they work with the shorts. And there may be people on space calls that work with shorts, by the way. Investment summary. Finger is benefiting from the Chinese economic stimulus and the COVID reopening effect from China. This nonsense about cash burn rate is just that. Nonsense. It is pretty clear the article was designed to shake out some investors. More than that, it's to provide cover when the pitiful fools from the SEC call up and say, hey, we noticed your stock, that you were selling stock. Oh, well, we saw this research piece and, our analysts had their opinion to buy. But when we saw this piece, we just knew we had to sell. Oh, well, good enough then. We'll close the file and we'll let Gary know that you're doing the good work for Goldman Sachs. Keep destroying companies. Finger has growing revenue of 90% per annum. that not even the shorts could deny. The company is really marking time until the next quarterly report, which should continue to show this exponential revenue growth in their mobile recharge business. The company has made it clear that they expect a profit by year end. Could it be this quarter? I think the shorts should be hung, drawn, and quartered metaphysically. Should half a be said to half be or half not be? Asked he. Metaphysically, metaphorically. When Insider Financial has a new company, it's important to pay attention. After all, our free newsletter has profiled many triple-digit winners for our subscribers. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. Too cool for school. You lost me. You lost me. Well, you might be the lucky one. You might be the lucky one. I think a finger spike could go 2,500. Well, I hope, Woody, that it translates in those first three numbers, because the final four numbers are after the expiry date. The minimum they owe us are dollars or an expired shares plus pain and suffering. Oh, the thing is, Daisy, they had my dollars, but when they gave me this, yes, they had my dollars. I got this on August 1. Let me look. August 1. So that's 8 months. That's 7 months plus most of December. So it's almost 8 months. They had my money. But all I was entitled to was this. And it's a private company. So anyone here do XCPL, not advice? What do you think of the new CEO? I don't know XCPL. I think the stock would have squeezed 22 daisies. I do. And I think it's terrible they took it away. Don't get me wrong. That song reminds LS of someone who danced to it in a nightie. Yes, in the 8th grade. You can ring my bell. Ring it, ring it. Thank you, LT. I just saw that. Thank you, LT. I just received this text message regarding finger. I don't know what it means. Perhaps you have thoughts. I am destroyer of worlds. What ever induced us to be putting off hundreds and thousands of atomic bombs on this planet that we live on? I don't know. All right, so it's 4:28, and I must be boring everybody. Let's see if Busy has a space call. I'm not sure I want to join it after after yesterday. Yeah, there you go, Todd. LGIQ is down. Bought more shares. That's right. Um, um, I'm sure Ace isn't watching, but I'm going to play something for Ace.
Former Philadelphia Philly and suspected embezzler Lenny Dykstra hired a cleaning lady via Craigslist, but when the woman arrived at his home, Dykstra allegedly stripped naked and demanded that she give him a massage. I've got one thing to say to Lenny Dykstra. Hey, quit stealing my moves. Hey, quit stealing my moves.
So this is my shout out to Ace is the place of the helpful investment, man.
Hey, quit stealing my moves. Hey, quit stealing my moves.
Of course, I'm just kidding. Of course, I'm just kidding. Grabbed a couple thousand MMTLP. That's good. I don't know if that one's going to work, but it's a good company. LGIQ, I think that's great that you bought more. I lost William. Well, like I said, I think you're the most, that's lucky for you compared to everyone else. I'm going to check one more time. Let's see how Finger is trading. 517 to 526. Let's look. Lucky is he's good. He walks into walls and he falls down. But he's such a good boy. He's full of enjoyment of life, and his rear legs are almost a different dog than his front, but he's doing well. I've blocked off the downstairs so he doesn't fall down the stairs. But I think what I'm going to do is move a mattress up here, and then we can, I can sleep on the mattress and he can curl up next to me. Because he's missed that. I've missed that, but I think he's missed it too. If I can carry the mattress. It's probably too heavy for me. Oh well, I can try. Hey boy. You know who's better than you? Do you know who's better than you? Nobody. Nobody. I know. I know you've heard it before. No news. All right, so I don't know where we go from here. Maybe we've spent our afternoon together. It's 4:33. I don't have any other breaking information. I think next week's going to be big for, obviously, with Congress, MMTLP, Finger, Logic, Go Logic, and any kids going back to school. And I would say probably not GTII next week, but maybe the following week for GTII. Hang it up, old man. It's over. Deal with it. I hope you're making big money on YouTube. You know what, dickhead? McKay. I've been young. You've never been old. And you'll get there someday. And I hope you enjoy it. I hope you get a frame of mind that allows you to be happy rather than bitter. I don't make any money on YouTube. People have generously... here, I'll show you. Such a complete evil. You are an evil... You're behaving in an evil way. I don't even know which page to connect to show you. Oh, here, over here. I go over here. Okay, McKay. Here we go. Estimated revenue, $163. August, 167. July, 596. June, 311. May, nothing. April, nothing. March, 280. That's as far back as it goes. And you know how much I've received of that? McKay, you complete waste of a human being. I've received zero of that. Nothing. So, if you're trying to insult me by calling me old, I will admit I wish I were still younger. But such is the path of life. You get older. And unlike you, McKay, I'm trying to do something good with each day and what I have left. You are currently doing things that you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself, is God going to be happy with me that I'm doing this? So I don't know what you mean by getting over it. It's over. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. If it's the short squeeze, I've already said it's over. If it's any of these stocks, I don't think it's over for any of them. So I wish you the most wonderful Labor Day weekend, McKay. And on the other hand, go screw yourself. Yeah, I'm rolling in it. I am rolling in it. But having said that, I wouldn't mind learning how to turn this into enough money to make a living. Other people do it. So I don't know how. Maybe I need to get a co-host. Maybe I need to get somebody to show me how to set up a studio. I've got I wouldn't mind learning how to do that. So I'm not against making money in this way, but I got to tell you, I ain't. I had a I had a phone partner at Merrill Lynch. He's great. I still miss him. He had such a great sense of humor. But he had a client once asked him, "Well, you're just making commission off of me. You're just making commission off of me." He said to him, whatever the guy's name was, Colonel Dolly, "The commission I make off of you wouldn't pay 1 month of my country club dues." It was great. A beautiful Saturday morning here in Kyoto. Love having my morning coffee while listening. Well, that's awfully nice. I got to look up that singer. I wish I could remember. Kirahito. It's not Kirahito. There was this great. I think it was a Japanese group that had this great music. I heard it of all places in Guatemala when I landed for a friend's wedding, and I want to say it was Kirahito or gosh, what's the thing? That jerk is right. Maybe I'm too old. I don't have a memory anymore. Kohito, Kirarito, but it was just amazing music. 5:26, Robert. Oh, you missed the ones? Well, I'll go out to the patio again. Probably pretty soon. Right now, it's just too hot. Although we've had a fairly nice September, but I'll probably go back out there. I set this up because when Ham calls, it's quieter. There's no air conditioners, no trash delivery, no kids walking down the street. Well, that's very nice. 22 days easy. No, it's not Hiroshima. It's called Kyoto Kirahito. Boy. They almost had kind of a pan flute kind of sound. Luckily, it wasn't pan flute. It's the kind of music you would hear if you went in to get a massage, or if you were driving a taxi all day, which is where I heard it. I heard it in this gentleman's taxi. And I went out and bought the cassette tapes. Back then, my race car, the Scirocco, it was cassette tapes. That was before DVDs. After 8 tracks, cassette tapes. I miss some of the people who came and went on my calls. I miss Alicia. I miss Pico Spill. I miss there's another Jennifer. And there's a Jennifer that comes as great, and a Jenny comes. Anyway, I miss these people, but Scirocco. You bought an 81? I had mine was a oh gosh, I want to say 82 or 83 Scirocco. Well, you don't live in a place where, trash delivery. I'm sorry, trash pickup. You don't live in a place where garbage trucks come by and pick up the trash? No, Dennis. If a market maker they don't issue the shares. The market maker doesn't issue the shares or the counterfeit shares. They don't. They're just yes, if you leave, ring your bell. My bell, I would miss you. In fact, I still miss you, but my aim is getting better. The market maker is just facilitating the trade. The person who is counterfeiting the shares is the seller, and they have probably a prime broker who allows it, like Alpine. And then you have a gullible broker-dealer at a minimum, or a complicit broker-dealer that allows. First, the market maker allows a fail to locate, or they don't do any research. They take the call, or it's electronic, and Goldman Sachs created the F3 button, and it just says, hey, we'll find it later. Or if it's on the phone, they say, hey, are you good for the shares? Yeah, we're good for them. We have them. And they don't, it's a big order, we'll take the order. So the market maker facilitates the creation of the shares by not making sure that the shares were located. Then the market maker puts together the seller through the prime broker and the buyer, you, through Fidelity, and boom, you got a trade. Well, then it's on Fidelity to follow what? Well, it's on the prime broker to deliver, but it's also on your behalf. Fidelity has to go to the prime broker and say, hey, pal, you told us you were delivering these shares. Where are they? We'll do it. We'll do it. We're good for it. Okay. You're a big Wall Street trader and you're making so much money, and I'm just a 12-year-old woman that just graduated college. Okay, we'll wait. Well, that's what happens. But no, the market makers don't pocket that money. There are probably different arrangements, but one of the things that happens, if you can think using your $2 number, if you can think in terms of 10 million shares, let's say the criminals sold 10 million shares without locating them, without intending to deliver, and in fact, they don't exist. Well, the credulous market maker says, hey, you got them? Yeah, we got them. Okay, and they take the order. They sell them to you. Let's say you're a wealthy guy. They sell them to you at Fidelity. So you put up $20 million. The market maker, at that point, it doesn't go through the market maker. The settlement is, I guess the settlement is at the market maker. It's all computerized now. But the 20 million goes to the prime broker, where the account is held for the criminal. You get an electronic IOU, a fail to deliver, but you don't really notice it because it shows up in your account. 10 million shares of XYZ at $2. And if it goes to $3, it shows 30 million. You're up 10 million and you don't know that it's counterfeit. But it is. The short has $20 million sitting in its account at the prime broker. Well, if it goes up, the short's in trouble. But what happens if, after continued cooperation with other shorts, they drive the stock down to 20 cents? And now your 20 million that you paid is worth $200,000. I think that's correct. If I'm wrong, whatever it is. But it's now worth a lot less than you paid for it. Well, in the contract of that Jeff Easton draws up, it'll say to the company, if you're under $1 and you get delisted, you're in default. So the company, it's at 20 cents. They do a reverse split to get it back to $2. So it would be to get it back to $2 would be 100. Gosh. So they would take 10 million shares down to, I got to divide that out because I'm, Kirito. That could be it. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. All right. So anyway, they would take 10 million shares down by 100. So it would take it down to 100,000 shares. So here's where the criminals get their money. When you bought those shares for $20 million, 10 million shares at $2, the criminals had to maintain $2.50 at the prime broker. That's the maintenance requirement. Well, let's say they had some other money in there. Well, now that means the $2 they collected from you, the prime broker, the criminals did, they can't get the money out. Well, once they do the reverse split, all of a sudden, the 25 million they needed to keep as a maintenance requirement turns into 250,000. So specifically to your sale, the $20 million they had to leave in the account when the reverse split comes. Now, and I'll assume there's no other fees, but that's ridiculous. Now they can take 19,750,000 shares out of the account. They don't pay taxes. This is a brilliant criminal exercise. This is how big hedge funds juice their returns. They do it at arm's length. They get fronts like the idiot Jeff Easton or the arrogant jerk Kramer or this child Harold Minter at Savvy to do it for them. But this is how they can print money like an ATM. And Gary Gensler allows it because it's how he gets paid. That's how he made his wealth, was working for Goldman. Of course, he made money working for the Clintons too. But he wants to get out and be on the board of a hedge fund, be on the board of Goldman, or be the Secretary of Treasury. He needs these Wall Street guys to be able to continue to steal on a gargantuan scale. And that's what it's all about. And that's why people come on the space calls and they push. And they don't quit because the money is massive. The money is not millions. It's not tens of millions. It's not billions. It's not tens of billions. It's hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars. Is Ace here? Did you see that, Ace? Or did somebody tell you? Let me find it. Oh, it's gone. There it is.
Hey, quit stealing my moves.
That was the... Oh, you were told a message for me. Well, I hope it wasn't somebody trying to stir it up. I was just having fun. He's funny. Norm Macdonald is very funny. And he died young, I guess. He was 63 when he died. Logic is LGIQ. LGIQ. Ace. I heard you had a good I heard you had a good call, and I actually tried to stay up and listen to it, and I was gonna type that, "Hey Ace, quit stealing my moves," but I fell asleep. I didn't wake up till like 1:30 or 2 in the mornings. Anyway, I fell asleep. So sorry about that. But I heard it was a great call, that that Ham was on fire, and you were in rare form, and you did it. It was a great experience for all. So good on you. Good on you. Well, no, Ham's the one to get. Ham's the one to get. I'm not sure I had anything. I was on a space call with Busy yesterday, and it started with Ham, and then Busy invited me over, and once I'm on, I feel like I got to see it all the way through, not as a burden, but as professional courtesy, But man, it turned into, I was taking a lot of incoming fire, and I'm not sure I signed up for it. But anyway, afterwards I felt really badly. I was like, God, that wasn't fun. Did I screw up? But anyway. Oh, come on, Ace. I don't mind. I think you're doing a great job, and I don't always come on because, as I said to somebody on the space call yesterday, I do want to, because he said, "But everything you just said, I just had that conversation with somebody else." He wouldn't say with who, and he was really nice. I said, "Are you saying that I stole the idea? Because it's in videos from months ago." And he said, no, I'm not saying that. So he wasn't saying that. But anyway, I try to keep my ideas my own. That's one reason. But the other is I just get so worn out by by the time I'm off, that the last thing I want to do is listen to the similar questions again. I think the thing you have, Ace, which is amazing, you have a very good bedside manner, a lot of knowledge, and you do not fly off the handle. You don't get upset. You don't get rattled. And sometimes I get rattled. And I think a lot about it when I've lost my cool. I think a lot about it, that it's not fair, not only to the person I got upset with, but it's not fair to all the other listeners. And, it's just something I got to work on. Thanks for the correction. So if the prime broker issues counterfeit shares and sells to you $2 a share, does the prime broker keep the $2 of profit? No, the prime broker keeps the dollars in, let's call it Kurt Kramer LLC. It belongs to Kurt Kramer. But of course, he's just a front for a bunch of other people. Let's call it, I don't know what. Let's call it Do We Cheat 'Em and How LLC. Do We Steal From Them and How LLC. So your money stays in the LLC at the prime broker. So to the extent that it's at the prime broker, you're right. But the money actually belongs to Do We Steal From Them and How LLC. But every month, the prime broker will charge $100,000, $50,000. They'll charge possibly other fees for doing the transactions. And then they may charge, although it may accrue to someone else, they may charge interest on shares that they've sold as well. Margin interest. Let's in the example you gave, they're basically fronting $20 million to you while you $20 million worth of shares. They may not go locate it, but they may charge you the same amount that, say, Goldman Sachs prime broker would charge to lend the shares. I don't know the numbers. Maybe it's 7%, maybe it's 20%. You have to pay that too. So the prime broker will be making a profit on the commission, on the monthly fee, and whatever the interest is they're charging you to maintain the position. So it's big business for the prime broker. But the money technically belongs to how we steal from them and how LLC. And but the game is, and that's why those contracts are written that way, with a default in them, so that because remember, the criminals know they're going to drive the stock price now. Hey, Gary Gensler, that is collusion. That is fraud. But go focus on Kim Kardashian. Anyway, they drive it down, colluding all the way. Then it's in default, and then they're able to take 80, 95% of their money out. There's no 1099. There's no taxes. The stock has been destroyed. When the company goes to try to raise money, it'll never get up off the floor. It's a brilliant criminal activity supported by Gary Gensler. I would even say encouraged by Gary Gensler. All right, Ace is the place. Stop stealing my moves. Do you mean the flower, Lupin? Look, mate, I happen to know this is the Lupin Express. All right. In a bunch. I know, Dennis Tuma, it's not that easy to understand. And when I get impatient, that's bad of me, because it's not easy to understand. And that's what they count on. And that's why recently I've started calling them Gensler shares. I didn't know what else to call them. Because one of the things of confusion is we talk about shorts and naked shorts, and then they say, well, shorting has a place in the market. But that's not the issue. They're not shorting it. They're counterfeiting. They're selling stock that doesn't exist. They're violating the locate requirement, the delivery requirement. They're selling you something that doesn't exist. They're committing securities fraud. But it doesn't. Well, I'm lazy. I've got a couple more years on you, baby. That's all. How does it go? I've had more time. I've spent more time with my back against the wall. Well, you should stop. I should stop sooner. But someday I'll stop sooner. And I'm sure stopping sooner would be more profitable, probably. All right, it's 5:03. You'll make a fine mathematician someday. I'm sure that sounds mighty cozy, but I don't find you men all that appealing. Will you think liberals taking all the jobs is holding down Finger. No, I think Finger has been held down by the criminals at Lynn Partner, and he's going to say, I didn't do it. We just syndicated it. We're innocent. Oh, come on. They know exactly what they're doing. I think someday soon be the last time you see Finger at $5. And I'm not talking that it's going to go down. Of course, you can't guarantee anything. Nobody has a crystal ball. But I think Finger could easily, just as easily be $50 as $5 over the next 90 days. And I think the time frame could really be very soon rather than later. Ace was challenging me to a rap battle. I can't rap. Yeah, exactly, Science. Monty Python. Do you mean to slaughter our tenants? You don't care about this. Thank you. Thank you. You don't care about the struggling young artists. That's what your type makes me. I don't know the question I was. Oh, I'm not going to repeat that, but I think I think the potential in Finger is, but just judging by the action, let's see where it's trading. 520 to 526. Volume 376. I mean, someday in the near future, this could, the stock's trading at 520. I don't know. Someday this month, next month, the stock could open up 520 before you can say abracadabra. Could a professional valuation of NextBridge have tax implications? No. That was one of the things that appealed to me by getting this NextBridge. Although I overpaid compared to Deacon Blues, most of you guys, I don't think I could have paid any more. If the valuation were to go to, I don't know, $800 a share, I don't know, I'm making it up. That entire uplift in value is tax free, really tax deferred. You don't pay anything on it until you sell. Yeah, the reverse split gives and captures the money. Absolutely. It's a brilliant strategy. And when you have $500,000 under management, you can make 50% per year, year in and year out. When it grows to 5 million, it gets a little tougher. You might make 20% per year, year in and year out. When it gets to 50 million, you're probably making 8% a year, year in and year out, and it's tough. When it gets to 500 million or 5 billion or 50 billion, it's nearly impossible to beat the market year in and year out. And you need to cheat. And this is how they do it. And it helps Goldman Sachs's prime brokerage. It helps the hedge fund. It helps the broker that referred the accounts. It's a daisy chain all the way around. And it's done on your backs. And it's done on the backs of the taxpayer. I just showed you how trillions, I believe trillions of dollars gets siphoned out of the U.S. economy tax-free. And I don't know another country in the world that would put up with this. Do you think we're in a struggle with China and with Russia? We should be friends with Russia, friends with China. But now it's a struggle with all these other places of the world because a certain person lost an election, which she challenged. But hey, the guy that won it is a Nazi, so it's okay. But anyway, the guts of our financial strength is being sucked out of our country. So when Helicopter Ben primes our pump with trillions of dollars of printed money, it goes out the back door. There's supposed to be velocity in money. If I'm on welfare and you give me 10 grand, I'm going to buy food, medicine, maybe alcohol, diapers, and everybody I spend that money on is going to pay taxes on the profits they're making, and then the people they buy the goods from are going to pay taxes, and then it goes so on and so on. And so the 10 grand you give me is the velocity of money. The taxes on the profits in the whole chain is more than the 10 grand you gave me. So it actually keeps the government going. But if you contribute trillions of dollars to the economy and to the financial brokers directly, and then there's no velocity because the trillions just go out the door to Germany, Canada, Panama. There's no velocity of money. It's a recipe to destroy the United States. And no one cares. And then you get guys on space calls defending it. I don't get it. I don't get where it comes from. I don't get it. Yeah, I think selling AMC is not, if you buy another alternative, is not a bad. Wondering if NewCo, what NewCo were you talking about? Will be a limited partnership or not? What NewCo? Are you talking about the NewCo if you're talking about Logic, no. If you're talking about MMTLP, there's not going to be a NewCo. Yeah, trickle. It's a drain it out the bathtub economy. NBH had a strong bear case posted by Chan Aria. I don't know who, Gon Aria. Oh, sorry. Thank you for that, LBP. That was hilarious. I don't think anything was any funnier than that, LBP. I don't know how you support the shorts. Talk about VD. Your whole existence, at least as that statement is a case of it's just a parasite on our lives, and your whole existence currently, unless you change, is just a disease. All right, 3 more minutes, unless I can do it sooner if there's a question, but I think we'll end it on the venereal disease joke. And really, thank you, LBP. Hey, boy. Just waiting to see if there's a question. If there isn't, I'm going to hang up. NewCo will be the shares you get from McCabe when you transfer MMT. Well, maybe, Steve. Maybe. That's probably... if I were doing it, would I do a partnership or an LLC? I'd probably do a limited partnership, and I'd retain control as the general partner. I'd probably do a limited partnership, because if you did an LLC, you'd have to have two classes of members, which could work. I think it would be a partnership, but I don't know. He's smarter than I am. But that hasn't been approved yet, is my only thing. But you're right. That would be the shares you'd get, which represent the override and the working. I don't know if it's a working interest, and some ownership in some way. You're right about that. LLCs have taken the place of all the general partners and limited partnerships. It might even be a master limited partnership for tax reasons. That's an interesting question. What format would it be? A master limited partnership would allow him to distribute income. I'm trying to remember the rules. You have to distribute a majority of your income. I don't know if it's 80% or 55%, but if he distributes the majority of that income, it comes to you partially tax-free. Maybe a master limited partnership. Anyway, we'll find out, won't we? All right, it's 5:15. I'm going to wish everyone, including LBP, peace, love, and happiness. And I hope you have a thoroughly wonderful Labor Day weekend. I encourage you to watch Djokovic later tonight. Djokovic, I think, on Sunday. And Djokovic all next week. So anyway, thank you to everyone. Cheers.